Shalom, shalom. We're sitting here with a prominent leader in our Israelite community, a man who has traveled the world many times, a Hebrew teacher, Torah teacher, author, teacher of many. It is with pleasure that I bring to you all Cohen Mikael Ben Levi. How are you, Cohen?
Doing wonderful. Torah Abba for this opportunity. Pleasure sitting with you as well.
Okay, Cohen, because I've been waiting for this opportunity for such a long time. I just wanted to ask you, you know, certain things. I've been doing this interview series with the elders in our community, and I just wanted to ask you some questions, some certain things that you've been through. But first, what I like starting out with is asking everyone about their origins, because I think that that's important to know where everyone came from, who are your parents, where were you born. If you don't mind, will you please?
Oh, it's a divine pleasure. First of all, I would say, Sifatai Tiftak Ufiyagi Tahila Teka. I want to not only take the opportunity to answer your questions, but to thank the Holy One of Israel, the power of our ancient forefathers, Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yisrael, for all the great souls that I've read about, going back to the ancient days, even into modern times, and to give thanks to Yah for the noble cause, this our cause, which now I am one of those persons who's carrying it on. So I want to thank Yah for them, and thank Yah for this opportunity to extend this truth to our people. I was born in Harlem in 1948. I migrated a few years after that to Brooklyn, New York. Grew up in Brownsville area, and again went to school in Bedford-Stuyvesant. Later went to University Morgan State College in Baltimore. Came back and got my first degree, Bachelor of Arts, in City College up on Convent Avenue. And then I did in the graduate school, got a Master's of Science and Education at City College School of Graduate School of City College.
Wow, that's an extensive, I didn't even know all that about you. That's an extensive record and collegiate record, especially for our youth today. It's good for them to know that a lot of what you got was through hard work and putting in the time. So in terms of this way of life and the Israelite community, how did you come to knowledge of yourself?
I want to first of all add something to that. I would be remiss, Chief, if I did not acknowledge my father, whose name was Shamaria Ben Levi, and my mother was Miriam Bat Levi.
Okay.
They're the parents that brought me into this world, gave me the values that I have growing up in Brownsville, the values of being a person of character, of manners, of those things that allow you to achieve in life.
Right.
Knowing how to get along with other people and all types of people. Right. Making the right decisions and choices in these mean streets of New York.
Right.
I would not have made it if I didn't have that parent in that home. Many of my friends didn't have a father and mother in the home, so that was a great blessing to have both parents and have the guidance that they gave me to navigate through the streets of Brooklyn. And of course all of Brooklyn was where I was at. Right. Even though I might have been born in Brownsville, being a sports person, I traveled and just had so many contacts with all the projects and everything.
Right.
And the gangs of that time were Roman lords and Frenchmen and jolly midgets and you name it. I had to know how to navigate through that.
Right.
And without the Holy One of Israel being with me, I wouldn't be sitting here with you today.
Okay.
When I came into this way of life, it started with really the 60s. In the 60s, I would consider it a Renaissance period. There's a knowledge known as the Harlem Renaissance, and it was sort of like a rebirth of black people and knowledge that was coming to our people through some of those great people. Like again, you can go back and look at Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and Drew Ali and Rabbi Washington, I would say Rabbi Matthews and the Hebrew community. Right. And so many of those, but they were all part of what was the Marcus Garvey movement, the UNIA.
Right.
And so just that continued spread of enlightenment coming from entertainers, the last poets, and as a teenager, probably at around 17 or 18, I began to listen to that. Prior to that, life was enjoying myself in sports, basketball, and just having fun. Right. But it got very serious when I began to hear those types of messages. And I remember hearing from Malcolm X how Islam was a religion for black people. He was denouncing Christianity in a very strong manner. And so with that, I began to start thinking very seriously about whether this religion was the right one, seeing a European figure that stood before me. My mother had a picture of him in the house, and it just started to question in my mind very silently within myself. I remember one Sunday being in church. It was Father's Day, and I was in Mount Olive Baptist Church up on Eastern Parkway.
Right.
And St. Mark's.
Right.
And Reverend Brown was speaking about the fact that it was Father's Day. An offering plate went around. Right. And he was very angry over the amount of money that was in the plate. I was sitting in the balcony, and I recall seeing his anger, and he said to the church, he said, "I want the plate to go around once again." And he said, "This time I want to make sure that I'm satisfied with the amount of money that you're going to give me." And he said, today is my day. Forget about God. It's my day. And I got up and walked out of the church.
Words.
My mother was sitting in the balcony. She was in the choir. I was the only person that walked out. And again, I went home and my siblings were in the house. And they saw that something was very disturbing in terms of my spirit. And I told them I'm never going back to that church again. And they said, are you going to tell Mama that when she come in? I said, yes, I'm going to let her know I'm never going back there again. And so they waited. Everyone was sitting down. You know how that goes. You better. That was the real show. And she walked in and she said to me, Reverend Brown was wrong. He should have never said that.
Right.
And I said, Imam, I'm not going back to that church again. She said, you got to find God. And I said, I'll find him. And you're right, I'm going to look for him, but I know he's not in that church. So ain't no sense me going back there. And that started my journey. I then went following a number of people asking me to join the Nation of Islam. In the 60s, 64, right on up to the early 70s, the Nation of Islam was very strong and prominent throughout the cities. I mean, they had the bean pies, they had Shabazz barbershops, they had, again, the newspaper, Muhammad Speaks and all of that. And so, again, they were asking me, you'd be a great person, you need to join the Nation of Islam. And I would ask them simple questions. What's that language that you all speak? And they would say Arabic. And I would say, well, do you speak it? And they would say, no, you come to the mosque, they'll teach you, they'll tell you. Some of them didn't even know it was Arabic. They just knew that they said Assalamu alaikum and so on and so forth. I would ask them various questions, but they just weren't giving me the answers. So what is Islam? Right. And, they just didn't give me thorough answers. So I went to 116th Street and Lenox Avenue. That was Temple number 7 or Mosque number 7. Right. And I bought the book called The Teachings of Islam. At that time, I was working for Model Cities Housing because a lot of the homes in Brownsville were, again, in very bad shape. Right. And we did the type of rehabilitation to the buildings and heat and hot water and trying to stop the rats and all of those things. And there was a brother on the job, his name was Nasi Tavel. And he saw me reading the book and he asked me what I was looking for. And I recall I told him I was little sort of ashamed or shy or naive or even not anxious to say that I was looking for God, but that's really what I was looking for. And he started asking me questions. He said, I'm looking for the truth. And he asked me, which one? And that seemed to be a question that was even more difficult than the first one I had. I mean, I was already confused, and now his questioning just brought another level of, confusion in terms of not knowing the answers. And he asked me, he said, are you looking for God? I said, yes, I'm looking for God. He said, which one? Again, I never thought about being a whole lot of different gods, and he made it clear to me by asking this question. He said to me, if you tell me your nationality, I tell you your culture, your God, because through nationality you get everything. He said, what is your nationality? I was a senior in college at the time, and to not know my nationality, about to graduate with a degree for City College in history, I was ashamed. And I mean, it was not so much thinking of the shame, but the fact that I couldn't answer this simple question of who I am. Right. What was my nationality? So he started saying, are you French? I said, no, I know I'm not French. Well, are you German? I know I'm not German. I'm not a European. And then he asked me, said, well, do you think you came from Africa? Absolutely, came from Africa. Where at? Again, now there I'm again on stupid once again. Had no idea of where in Africa I came from, but my mind was again opening up, because I realized this was a line of questioning that made sense for the first time. His questions just began to open me up, and finally we began to talk about the fact that I was a Hebrew, and he invited me to come and study at a Shabbat Yisrael. Maybe 3 months just on the job, we were talking, and I was wondering when he was going to ask me. In fact, I thought he was the teacher, and he finally told me, he said, no, I'm going to take you to a man that's the teacher. And he said, in fact, you're going to be my teacher. Now, that really threw me off. How am I going to become his teacher? And so, again, I got there. He introduced me to Cohen Levy. Before even the first Shabbat, I never came to Hashabah on a Shabbat initially. I came to the Hebrew class because I was going to the East on Claver Place to study Swahili. And my brother and I, Segun, we were driving. I said, stop by this place on 539 Belmont for a moment, and I'm just going to walk in there, pay my respects to the brother who invited me, and we'll just continue on, and I'll go to the class next week. Well, the class was in progress. They were doing the Aleph Beit, and they were going through the letters, Aleph Beit. They said, have a seat. And just naturally came to me. I just knew Aleph Beit, Veit, Kamel, Dalet, Hey, Wow, and they were going over drilling it.
The teacher?
The teacher at that time was Gavret Batsheva. Aishan and Gavret Bessemer, and Cohen was doing an advanced class, and Adon Bapakwa was doing another class, and Nasi Barak was doing the highest and most advanced class. So I got in this class. I think I might have been in there 15 minutes. All of those who were there before me, I grasped that alphabet, and she sent me to the next class. Cohen Levy was a little disturbed, saying, why are you moving the brother so quick? He said he knows it. I've drilled him all up and down, towel, point to any letter, he knows it. I went to the door and told my brother, I said, look, I'll make that Swahili class next week. It's now 2017. I never made that Swahili class. So again, that's how much it just seems so natural. These sounds, I mean, just Aleph Beit, it just was so natural, the sounds, and just made so much sense. And the way they explained it, that the first letter Aleph came from the word alphabet, and you know that's where they got the word alphabet from, the first two letters. It just resonated like common sense to me. And I went on to Bapakwa's class. I was in that class a few weeks, and before I knew it, maybe a month or so, I was in Nasi Barak's class, and he was traveling. And then Moreh Mishael was the person who Cohen selected to take over Nasi Barak's class, and I was in that class, and we bonded, and that was how it started with the Hebrew. With Cohen Levy, I'll never forget, I was there probably 3 months, and as I looked around and saw the different brothers and services that they had, I wanted to probably be someone like Nasi Barak or Nasi Tavel, to go around and teach and speak to people, bring them in. We had a term called a fisher and a hunter. That's really what I wanted to do. I dreaded Cohen Levy's job. I never told anyone. But the last job that I wanted in there, in my mind, was his job, standing in front of the people and speaking, because I know our people's spirits from the streets. You know how hard we can be with hearing truth or hearing anything, you know, just dealing with it with our attitudes. And so one day, maybe 3 months, Cohen walked over to me and he said, I want to speak to you. He said that, I don't know you, brother. He said, you just got here. But he said, Yehovah told me to make you a priest. That was the last thing I wanted to hear. But I also knew that it was the thing that I had to do. It was never a question, even from the first telling me that. I had no idea, no thought about it, because my mother had raised me on an understanding of putting God first. And that was how I navigated. I was always very prayerful, trying to get through these mean streets of Brooklyn. And so I could not turn him down, especially when he said, God, Yahweh, said to make you a priest. I don't know you. So to this day, I consider 48 years later that it was not Cohen, but he told me that Yahweh himself said to do it.
Right.
So that's how I started. I went immediately into the priesthood, to his home in Astoria, Queens.
Right.
And we had one-on-one classes. I became his chauffeur. So we talked 24/7 every time I was with him, and it seems like I was with him 24/7. And this is how I got all of my teachings. He said that I had a photostatic memory because I listened to him in the service, and whatever I heard, I can go and tell people almost immediately. So I began to bring people from the university, from job where I was working, into the temple. And again, I remember him telling me, when I told him I wanted to be a fisher and a hunter, he said, Yahweh don't want you going out fishing anymore. He said, he's going to bring the fish to you. He said, and that's what made me really comfortable with doing it, because he said, you're going to fish them out their seats. And then I said, wonderful, let's go. In my mind, I didn't tell him that, but I knew and understood that I was going to be able to do exactly what I wanted to do, because I wanted to tell the whole world this truth.
Right. Wow, that's great. That's a great history in itself, and knowing how you develop and how everything came to you, because a lot of people, they don't get it. You see people come and go, but they don't get it like that. And then just on a hunch, hey, let's stop there, and then you just fell right in line. That's wonderful. Now you spoke about the 60s and Malcolm X, and sometimes I like to ask questions about events that happen within the black community that affects us all as a whole, not just us as a segment of the black community, but the community as a whole. How did Malcolm X's death affect you as a youth?
One, I would say that
how did you feel?
It was extreme sadness, of course, but his life was more important to me than his death.
Okay.
I focused on his message, his words. He was, for me, the most profound speaker, and he brought clarity to issues that no other person did during my lifetime. And I used to do Malcolm X speeches, The Ballot or the Bullet.
Right.
He had a book called, again, Grassroots, and I did those speeches in college, So his words and his message, when I heard him do interviews, how sharp he was what impressed me so much, that he could be interviewed by anyone. And he just had a gift of gab,
right,
where he can answer questions so intelligently and so clearly. And that's what I, to this day, remember about Malcolm.
Okay.
And so, again, it was a great loss. I knew that. Again, I knew later Betty Shabazz. So again, all of those things that happened within his family and how she was passed was of deep pain and sadness.
Right.
And also, when you look at the Nation of Islam and understand, if you look at Spike Lee's movie on it and some of the things where you don't know all the facts, but sifting through what had happened and the manner in which, his death occurred, it was an eye-opener also in terms of knowing how our people are in terms of great organizations. I remember one of the profound things that Malcolm said, that he had built one of the greatest organizations in the world, and that the Nation of Islam had done so under the Elijah Muhammad, but was those jealousies and envy and things that destroyed all of that. So again, I just always kept that in mind and still see it to this day.
Right. Moving right along, what about the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.?
Well, when I remember both of them, they were like two extremes of an idea. So I recall Malcolm on one hand being the person that was, again, anti-America, a revolutionary in another sense, Malcolm, as opposed to Martin Luther King, who had a movement of peace, just like the late the man of India, Gandhi, and he got all of his ideas from him, and he was trying to make change through peace. So it was, for me, trying to figure out which of those areas were best for our people. And of course I got the answers, and knowing that, you know, Malcolm himself came around after the break with the Nation of Islam. He proclaimed that he was a black nationalist. And from Cohen Levy, he shared with me that he was supposed to meet with Malcolm, him and the late brother Noam Yosef Ben Ephraim, that it was set up through Malcolm's captain for him to meet Cohen. He was assassinated like a week or two later. And so I always knew that if they two had ever met, what it would have been, because the captain of Malcolm told Cohen that this is exactly what Malcolm was looking for, the identity. He knew it was no longer about religion, that the answer was really in nationality. He just didn't know which nationality it was. And Cohen had the answer, that we were the Hebrew Israelites, the people of the Bible. And of course, as you know, the Nation of Islam, from the late Honorable Elijah Muhammad himself, again, Dr. Khalid Muhammad, even Minister Farrakhan declares today the reference to the children of Israel, and that he knows that. And so I even met Farrakhan in Chicago at the University of Illinois. I stopped the whole show. I'll never forget it. I was visiting and training priests in Chicago, Cohen Abdi, Cohen Amatzi, and so they told me that Farrakhan would be speaking at the University of Illinois. We all arrived there in turbans, and they asked me to go up and ask him a question. And I remember asking him this question. I said to him, Minister, I'd like to ask you a question, not about religion, but a question about nationality, about ethnicity. I understand that the Nation of Islam has declared that the religion of Islam, that even the Honorable Elijah Muhammad had tailored, was for the black man in America, called the black Muslims. And so it was not the Arabian type of Islam. It was one tailored for our people here, and to bring them in particular out of Christianity. And so again, I told him that I did not have a religious question. I was clear on that issue, but I wanted to know, did they know the identity of our people, and that they were not declaring it at this time? Or did you know or not know that we were the children of Israel? And it was the longest pause that I've ever had anyone take in asking him a question. And finally he looked at me and he said, brother, we are brothers. I want you to hear me. We are brothers. And he walked off the stage. He didn't take another question. He embraced me, and the Fruit of Islam walked him to the elevator, and the brothers in Chicago with turbans followed me, and he asked me would I meet with him tomorrow and break bread. And I'll never forget that term that he used. And I told him that I would have loved to do so, but I was headed back to New York, and I had a flight the next day going to Guyana, South America. We met 20 years later in Guyana. When he came to Guyana, and we continued that conversation. I was given the task of setting up his security while he was in Guyana.
Okay, that's great. I didn't even know you met the minister.
Absolutely.
You know, that's a great thing. So, you know, in terms of all of that, you know, going forward, as far as you were speaking about your we got to the point to where Cohen Levy told you that he wants you to be a Cohen. He's training you to be a Cohen, and this is your job, and this is what he wants you to do. At what point did you begin to like mentally say, because it's not being in that position is not something really that you look for, but sometimes it finds you. You know, like it did with you. At what point did it click in your mind, like, hey, I know how to speak to people. You know, I know how to bring them in. I know how to use words in order to because sometimes it's that fine line. Like, you're still new in this, you're still learning, but where is the line where I'm trying to put this question in the right way. That line to where, you know, this is all right. This is what I'm gonna do. This is what I'm gonna do for the rest of my life, and you know, I'm bringing people in, but this is what I really want to do. Like, was there a moment where you said, this is what I'm going to do for the rest of my life? Because you were still young at that point. You know?
I was 20 years of age.
Yeah, you were still young.
Yes,
at that point, you know, people, they don't really, there's a study that said that the brain is not fully developed till you're 25 years old. So at what point did you say, this is my stamp of approval? Was it immediately, or was it some time when an event happened that told you, this is what I'm going to do for the rest of my life?
Before you said immediately, that was my answer. I knew immediately that was my calling.
Right.
I also was told by Cohen this statement. He says, you're the oldest young man I've ever known.
Wow. Today
I want to be known as the youngest old man.
In reverse.
So that's how I look at it now,
right.
Being a young older man.
Right.
But again, I never forget those statements because I came in very mature.
Okay.
I was probably closer to elders as a teenager than I was to my own peers.
Right.
I had a friend, he's made transition, he died many years ago. His name was Lennox Cole, and his father and I were closer than me and his son was. So when I would go up to his house, I would be sitting with his father and all of his father's friends, and that's where I would be listening and asking questions. That's where my further enlightenment took place, because these were men that had beards, and they weren't just the clean-shaven guys, and they just had a different type of aura and consciousness.
Right.
And I remember one of the guys in particular, he was named Donald. No one even knew any other name by him. He was wanted by everybody. And, you know, one of those figures that was underground, and just very intriguing. But he had profound knowledge, but he wasn't any part of streamlined society. My parents raised me to walk the narrow and straight path of the society,
right.
But those persons were the persons that brought enlightenment and answers, gave me understanding of questions that
right.
I could not get in from my parents. My parents were from the South, from Georgia. My father had 2nd grade education. My mother had 7th grade education, so that they really didn't understand what black people were really going through. They were just trying to teach us to do the right thing, go to college, you know, be polite to everyone, which I still to this day have those values.
Right.
But it was people who knew the deeper struggle and the real prejudices and the discrimination and the racism that was going on and still exists to this day.
Right.
That opened up my mind, because no matter who you are as a black youth, you're stopped on the street, you understand, in a way that other people are not. You see the drive-by shootings of our own people, but you also know that the police were involved with drugs, and they were the ones who brought these things into the neighborhoods, and they were as much a part of the destruction of our people as we were and still are to this day of ourselves. So I got deep understanding of that at a very young age, and I wanted to help. I knew that money was not what we needed.
Right.
when I was introduced to the laws of the Creator and the values and the principles of Almighty God, Yehovah, the maker of heaven and earth, and saw those wonderful precepts that were in all of the books, the prophets, it just, everything became clear. All of the questions that I had as a child were answered when I met Cohen Levy. And so, no, I was enthusiastic, waiting to go out and tell everyone. I recall being in 539 Belmont Avenue, and it was very painful to see people who had received this knowledge. They were beautiful people, people of the streets, but they were in such a bad shape of what society had done to them, that to learn this and apply it, many of them had come from broken homes. They too had come out of the gangs of the streets, just like Muslims had gone into jail and turned people into beautiful, decent citizens. Cohen Levy was doing that at 539 Belmont. So when I came in, my desire was to help our people and share these values and this truth, knowledge of self. As we know in Hosea, it says we are destroyed for the lack of knowledge. So I knew that I had already been in university. I knew how to research, and so I had the skills that I'd already acquired and knew why I had those skills. Everything came full circle for me. So I knew that this was my calling. And once I recall, after being very hurt about how Israelites were living in the communities, how we were still divided even with this truth in what were called the camps at that time, and just said to Yehovah, I remember a portion is in Isaiah 6, where the posts and the pillars were shaking. Right. And Isaiah was sitting there thinking that he would die at that point. And the angels, the seraphim, went and took the coals off of the altar and touched Isaiah's lips and said with those tongues, thy sins have been expiated. Mm-hmm. And then a voice came to Isaiah, said, whom shall we send? And he said, send me. Based on that portion that Cohen Levy taught so eloquently, my pain one Shabbat, I recall in prayer saying to Yah, send me. If you're going to send a servant anywhere in the world, I will go. Send me, I'll do it right and I'll do it correctly. And I was very, very disturbed in terms of what I saw. And that was a spiritual calling. I tell people, never ask Yah for anything unless you really want it. Because I've been now, once I recall being on 5 continents in 1 month. Wow. So, you know, I've been traveling all over this planet. And I want to do it. I love doing it because I've been able to teach our people in all types of countries and cultures. It's just what I love doing. Right. Enlightening and seeing that look on people's faces when they become conscious, right, aware of who they are and what their purpose is on this earth. And again, immediately I knew. Right. And to this day, 48 years later, I was 20, probably around that when I came in. 7 years later, people don't realize I was only with Cohen for 7 years. At 27, I was leading almost 100 people out of this country to Guyana, South America, where I've been over like 42 years now. So again,
here a short period of time.
I've lived outside of America more than I have lived here. And my family, I thank Yah for my family, the children, the Issachar and the Nashim, that held up because Guyana had a very poor economy. Right. I had to come back and forth and teach in the public education system, right, to keep my family there. And right, sometimes I would spend years, but other times I only saw my family Christmas time for 10 days, Easter time for 10 days, right, and then 2 months during the summer. There was a lot of pain, and you know, when you're doing something like that, and many leaders, they sacrifice their family for their nation and their people. So I know, again, that's my calling. But one of that other part of that prayer was that Yah would, if I go in my mind at that time, save the world, then please save my family. So he brought my mother and father, sisters and brothers. I have aunts. I have hundreds of relatives that have know this and lived this to this day. So it was a great swap. You understand?
On your family.
I just every day, their knowledge, and they're strong. And so, again, I continue to do my part, and he continues to bring my family. And even when I say family, I mean extended family. All of those brothers and sisters that are a part of a family. That's what Israel is and should be understood, that we are one family, and this is a family reunion, whether it's Ghana, South Africa, Uganda, Jamaica, Trinidad. We all are part of that triangular slave trade that started from Africa, went to the Caribbean, and then came up to North America. My route is from North America back to the Caribbean, and now I'm back to Israel. As you know, I've just been in Israel just a few days ago, in fact, just yesterday. So again, the work goes on, and it's a lifetime work of continuing to point our people home and to make them aware of who we are and who our Creator is, and that we go back and obey His laws and be a righteous and a holy people again.
Hallelujah.
A wonderful question, Toda, for asking.
Do you recall how many countries you've been into? Like, do you keep a count? Like, all right, I've been to this one, I've been to that.
No, I do not. In fact, I don't even keep a count of speeches or interviews. I just go on to the next one.
How many continents?
Continents, I've been on every one except Antarctica.
Wow. You've been on every continent?
Except Antarctica.
That's great. Wow.
I don't want to go there. It's too cold.
That's great. That's good for our children to know.
Yes.
That, you know, they said that a traveling man is full of knowledge, and I know you've seen, like me, just going back to where I was born, Panama, gave me a different perspective, because the Panama that I left when I was a child, it's way totally different than the Panama that you see now. You know, so going back, I'll also say I have, you know, something came home with me and told me, and this is one of the reasons why I wanted also to communicate with you and say I have to do something here, because our people are waiting for this knowledge, but things are so, they look like it's so much despair, especially for our people.
Exactly.
You know, it's like, how do you start? How do you get it going? How do you, you know, so how do you go about doing something like that? And in a situation that seems like there's so much despair, and there's so much, let's say, because we have so many brothers and sisters that come from the Caribbean islands, from Haiti, from all these places, Jamaica, like you mentioned, Trinidad, and all these places. How can a person today just get up like how you did? Not, I know during that time it was different circumstances. Guys had a fund going on, and you were sent down there. How do you go about, just how do you start to do something like that? Can you give someone like a blueprint? How do you start to do that?
Yeah, excellent question. I love the question, especially for our youth.
Right.
As you pointed out, I want them to know it's doable. You start with being an example of what you were taught. When you go to a place and you say you're a Hebrew and you keep the Shabbat, people look at you not by what you say, but by what you do. So that you have to be about and stay aligned with your purpose. So that's the first thing. The next thing you have to do is that you have to realize that you're not just there to teach, you're there to learn as well, because you're experiencing something that you do not know, and that's another society. So it takes a humility that you have to have anywhere you go. As your honor increases, so should your humility. That's Proverbs, and those are the principles that we have to apply. Again, when I get the opportunity, you have to have the courage to share the information. So I couldn't wait to get on television or radio, to be interviewed, to be able to speak about, what we represent, and giving that hope and that understanding to people who need knowledge, because that's really wherever we go, we are destroyed for the lack of the right knowledge. Right. Not just knowledge, but the correct and the right knowledge, which is knowledge of self. And religion, Christianity in particular, has been devastating to our people across the planet in all of the colonial situations, whether it's under the Spanish and the Catholic Church, the Anglican and the British Church, the Dutch or the French or what have you. You have to be able to penetrate their minds and let them see what this history has been and what it has done. So again, you have to form relationships. And I remember just being in school and being taught this by my parents, that you have to learn how to get along with people. They have that on the report card, get along well with others. So if you don't score good in that area, even as a child, you're not going to develop it. So development starts from the very time you come into earth, and it starts in the home. So you have to continually be aware of your own development. I'm still developing. Cohen Levy told me that traveling broadens you. So I'd like the youth to know that's how you get broadened. That's how you learn and you grow, by traveling. So also, he said that knowing Yehovah, he said that you will begin to have the adventure of your life. That was an understatement, because it's an adventure to go, and what you see and what you behold. I can't, with words, tell anyone what my eyes have seen and what my ears. I just like to take you on that journey, to experience what I've experienced. It's just unbelievable, and it's wonderful, so you just want more of it and to share it, because when you've read the Tanakh, and you've been at the Salt Sea or the Live Sea, when you've read about Jerusalem and then walk all through Jerusalem day and night, when you've been, in the hills where David ran from Saul in Gedi, it takes on a whole nother perspective of everything. When you've landed in Turkey and been at the Mediterranean Sea, so again, when you've gone to Ghana and been in the homes of kings of the Ashantis, when you've been down and landed in Durban, South Africa, and it's named after Shaka Zulu Airport, you understand? Right. So, it's just, you meet the Hausa and you meet all these different languages of our people and see them performing circumcisions like the Tanakh says, and it's just, like I said, it's just something you can't replace. It's just wonderful.
That's beautiful. Just going back a little bit, what's your knowledge of Rabbi Matthew and Rabbi Ford? Do you have any knowledge, or did you ever meet Rabbi Matthew? Did you come around? Did he pass away before you came around?
I met Rabbi Matthews on a number of occasions with Cohen Levy.
Okay.
He took me to him. I recall.
Also, there was still Cohen Levy still had a relationship.
Oh yes, he took me to meet all the rabbis.
Okay.
That was one of my great experiences. I mean, he took me to meet all of them. Rabbi Matthews, we went to his funeral together.
Okay.
But I met him when he was alive. I remember him always saying to these men, and it always blew my mind, because he would say, this is going to be a great teacher in Israel. Right. Cohen had just a vision of what I was going to do. I didn't even understand it. When he would go and tell these men, and I'm in the midst of elders that were the greatest of men in my eyes,
Levy told Rabbi Matthew that this is going to be a good.
Yeah, he told them all that. Everyone he introduced me to it, that would be what he would say. I just was humbled by it, never even considering, nothing. One of the things that is so important is never to allow praise to blow your head and let you get a swollen head. Right. So those statements just made me more humble.
Right.
You know, but I never forget how he would always tell them these things. Even Nasi Tevet told me things that, he told me things that, visions that he saw and came to pass.
Wow. So that's great to know. So picking back up, you know, the Issachar front, how did that come, how did that start out? Whose vision was it? And when was like that first day that you left the United States to go and make that contact down there? Who were the first people, if you don't mind sharing that with us?
That's, for me, is the most important question that you've asked, and to me personally, because I want everyone to know that I had never heard of the country of Guyana until I walked into Issachar, Israel.
You didn't even know about it?
I couldn't find it on a map. If you had told me I was going to Guyana, I would have probably looked in Africa for Ghana. But he said Guyana, and there was...
And why did he pick Guyana?
I'll tell you all of that. Very good question. That's what I want you to know, and I want everyone to know. There were many people who were approaching Cohen Levy to come to their country to bring his teachings. Ghana was one of them. The person who I remember who was most consistent was a man called Elder Merritt, who many times Cohen and I would be dropping him somewhere to his home, maybe in Manhattan, and he would be begging Cohen to come to Jamaica. When I arrived in Issachar, Israel in 1969, Hashaba had already had a loose-up fund called Leave the United States of America. It was probably more than at least 2 years old prior to my coming. In fact, I remember Cohen telling me about Ben Ami and a delegation coming, Elder Bowie, because I knew Elder Bowie, Ben Ami's teacher, before I even knew Ben Ami.
Okay.
So I knew him. He's called Elder Eliyahu. I sat in his home many days. In fact, the same time when I met Farrakhan, I was at his home and we discussed scriptures all night long. These were elders, I mean, that were extremely intelligent.
Right.
And so when I heard about Lusaf, it was a fund where people gave $1 every Shabbat or more towards this fund to leave and go to Guyana. I was told that a Guyanese came into the Shabbat service one day, and he heard Cohen speaking about leaving the United States, and he suggested that they look into Guyana, because Guyana, he said, was an agrarian country. It had all of the features that we were talking about in terms of our land and us being able to engage in agricultural pursuits, because that's where we wanted to go, where we can get back to the land and begin to farm. And so I recall, again, Cohen planning a trip to Guyana. There was a brother named Seren Yashadai, whose landlord was a former major in Guyana.
Okay.
So that also added to our interest in his interest in wanting to go and investigate. And they made contact with the consulate here in New York City. Arrangements were made for Cohen. I remember Gavret Miriam, a tremendous, great woman, Cohen's wife, scholar. She taught in the yeshiva, and she was again extraordinary scholar. She was
in the yeshiva.
She was a teacher in the yeshiva, and she was the head of the Israelite Institute. I later became, when she passed away, Cohen made me the principal.
So she was a teacher in a...
She taught the Jews in yeshiva.
A black woman.
That's where Cohen Reuven went to school, and that's why he was so sharp. He was one of our top Hebrew students, Cohen Reuven. And so again, he grew up in that yeshiva because she worked there. She taught.
And Gavret Dina.
And Dina, that's what I'm saying. So again, that was the background. So again, she had tremendous knowledge in so many areas. You know, I learned so much as a teacher. I took education, so I was a teacher in the public school system, but I learned more in the Great Miriam than I did in any university. That's right, because she was profound. And I became the headmaster of the Israelite Institute at her death. But it was through their visit, Nasi Tevet Lavelle and Sar Shimon, they made the trip to Guyana initially to investigate and to look at our possibility of going. When they returned, it was a definitely go. We knew that that was the country, and it was just a matter of now planning how we would begin to make the move. Later, Moreh Mishael made a trip because a request was made for a Hebrew teacher with the man Rabbi Washington there. And again, we then knew that a priest would be the next person. Cohen said he would send. I remember sitting in Maisha Malka's home on Kings Highway when the decision was made that we had to leave because things got very bad here with drugs. Our children were getting of age. They had to now go from the Israelite Institute into the public school system, and that was again a very challenging situation. Drugs became more strong and prominent in the streets. So many different other economic problems and police issues, all of that. So we knew it was time we had to leave. I think maybe between 73 and 76, Cohen made those visits. I was asked to go and look it over with a brother named BINAH, and then later with Sarah and Yashadai around 76, 75 perhaps. And again, Cohen told me one day, he said, Cohen Mikhael, the people are not going to leave this country with anyone but two people, because they've let me know we're not going here and leaving this country with anybody unless you, Cohen Levy, leave, or Cohen Mikhael, that you leave. He told me that. He said, I'm not going. So I knew that I was the one that would go. That was a clear. We didn't have much. It was like when he said, "Cohen, when Yehovah said to make you a priest." So it wasn't. No, I knew that, and I was ready because I had already settled in my mind. I was saving for 7 years when I had heard that we were going. I'd already told my parents that that was it. I remember being in classes in university, and the Europeans would be saying how nasty our neighborhoods looked and how, we were such a lowly people, and I would defend us by saying, when the garbage collectors come in Canarsie, they're there every 2 days. They only come to us once every week, and maybe not even once a week. So again, there's a double standard. So they used to say to me, well, if you don't like America, you need to leave it. And I would say to them, I'm working on it. And I meant it. I was working on it because I knew that, just as I know today, the solution to our people is not an internal solution, it's an external one. This is a great country in many ways, but the racism and discrimination is something that to this very day they have not understood. The other races, in particular the Europeans, our former slave masters, and that is the disgrace of the greatness of America even today.
Right. Okay, so guys leave. You make your journey. What was it? 1976.
I left in 1977, and then I began to request by families because I had to make the decision of who would go first. We had what we call Aleph and Beit and different groups that would be coming after the initial group went out. Right. And so I selected the families that I knew I would need with the plan that we had to go and settle and start in Guyana.
So you go down there, buy some land or buy a building, and how did that come about?
Well, Guyana was a socialist country, so from the very start it was not favorable in the eyes of America being a socialist country with a party known as the PNC. Right. The late Forbes Burnham was the person of that country, and so again we had to deal with very austere conditions, struggling with products that sometime came from Russia, and you couldn't even read what the label said. You had to just use it.
Figure it out.
So again, you couldn't figure it out. Right. You just had to trust in the creator, that it would be what they say it was. And many of the products were coming from Eastern European countries. And so again, we had to navigate through all of those types of things that were going on. No, we had to find out initially where to live. That was my task with, again, a brother, again, Sir and Yashadai. He was the street person. I played the role of the priest and the teacher. Right. So he went through the streets and we made contacts, because when you go to a country, if you remember the spies that Moses sent out and then Joshua later sent out, right. They had to go to navigate and get to the people in the streets. So it was just a repetition of that history. Right. We didn't more or less plan it that way, but that's how it occurred. The people in the streets who we bonded with told us all the different things to say, how to use certain words to get what they call a tap-up. Tap-up was when you bought something, you asked for a tap-up, because if you bought a lot, you got like an extra 1 or 2 apples or oranges that you went to get. Which shops to go to, because in Guyana, you can go to one place and it'd be 100% difference. You go over there and it costs, let's say, $10. You go over there, it costs $20. Right. And it's just right across the street. So you have to know which place to go, which places to go. And they pointed those things out because there are people that gravitated to us just by our spirit, you know. They recognized and loved us. Some of them were coming to the United States, so it was a trade-off. We were telling them about Queens, Chicago. So that's how that went. And so again, just being good and nice, because that's the key. You got to befriend people, and you got to be honest. When you go to a country like Guyana, I always teach people, like, someone will maybe give you change that's over the amount deliberately, and you count that money, and they know that they gave you more than that you were supposed to get, and they just want to see, are you going to give it back or are you going to walk away? So they know who they're dealing with. You have to be honest. You have to apply those principles of the Torah. When you do it, I mean, my mother taught me that, you know, manners and honesty is the best policy, and it'll open up doors that money can't buy. So, I mean, that was just, to me, my parents' teachings was what the Torah said. I just applied it. I had already been trained from my childhood. So it just was natural to this day. I'm beloved in all these countries that I go to.
That's a beautiful thing. So, 1977, you guys, you get building or however you guys started. Then Jim Jones gets to Guyana, and being from America, you guys also being from here, how did that, after Jim Jones did what he did, how did that affect you guys, you know, our brothers, you know, being down there, being Americans? How did the people begin to look at you, or did you guys have a stronghold there enough already to where people understood that, all right, these are not those guys?
Great question. I had not been in Guyana a full year yet. Maybe just a little over a year, perhaps. And it was written in the Time magazine that I had left the country and started a cult. Cohen had to write a letter to them to retract that statement that they had written about me.
The New York Times magazine?
The New York Times newspaper.
The
newspaper. And that article's in the newspaper. If you were to go and look it up, you'd find it's that a cult. The people who used to call me Jim Jones, some of them in the country. So again, you had to overcome by adversity, by your proving that you were not that. There were Guyanese there that loved and knew that I wasn't that. So again, those were issues that took time. The government itself of Guyana had to put a stoppage on any continued process of immigration, because they were being scrutinized by every people. Press were coming at my door. People were flying into the country, coming in at my door to interview me, you know, and to try to get some information about what we were doing and what our purpose was. The government of Guyana was under extreme pressure from all the international press. So any group that had arrived, you were enemy automatically put on hold. And I had to go to ministries' offices every day because we had people who were waiting to come immediately. They had sold their apartments, given them up, giving their homes up, giving their jobs up. Great pressure was on me, and there was nothing that I could do. My hands were tied because they were not looking at a single application again. And yet I had to report to the ministry because I'm going there every day, and they'd say, come back tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I sit there until 11 o'clock, 11:30. They go and say, take lunch, come back. Had to do that for months. For months, I just had to keep coming, and they wouldn't even speak to me. They just had me come in there each and every day, and I had to go because I'm getting calls from New York City saying, well, what's going on? Why aren't we coming? And why haven't they allowed us? But it was a hold on everyone, so that was extreme pressure within the country. There were people, because hundreds of people lost their lives, and they were labeling us as going to kill other people. You know what I mean?
Was it mostly what people would say Guyanese people, or was it the American people that came, the people that came from America to that died with Jim Jones? Because there's a lot of reports. They said the Guyanese people didn't really drink the Kool-Aid, or, you know, I don't know how that went about.
Well, I'll just put it this way. Our pressure did not come from the community that was under Jim Jones. Many of them died, and some of them were killed in Georgetown. So that was their throats were slit. They were in the hotel, 11 people. So there's more to that story than, you know, than what meets the eye. And again, what I recall more than anything else is that it impacted us, something that we had nothing to do with. We didn't even know the community people. They were up in what is known as the Northwest District. They were not even in the area where we lived. So again, we just were affected and impacted. That went and affected even our brothers and sisters in Israel, wherever. Anyone that had left the United States, you were again labeled a cult. The press just took the opportunity to, you know what I'm saying, label us all in that. So that's why I said we had to confront even newspapers with letters to let them know that we would sue if they continue to slander. So Cohen did that on this end. My job was to try and continue to get the door open so that we can continue our journey of settling and finding a place that we could go to try and again free our minds and be able to determine our own destiny. That's what it was really about. And getting back home, I had a charge of not only never coming back to America, because that was one of the charges. Cohen gave me charges. Another one was that Guyana is not the final destination, that we have to get our people home to the land, to Israel. So today I still know what my mission is, and it's just that you're to teach our people. So now it's just not Guyana. We have jurisdictions in Barbados and Trinidad, so we're spreading all over. We've had contact with our people in Brazil, which has the largest numbers of, you know, Israelites in the Western Hemisphere. So again, it's just a continuous work of connecting the Edenic lands of Africa with the Caribbean and with North America, which I still work with people here. I also knew that the priesthood that Cohen established was to be a priesthood that would be the Levitical priesthood of old, that the Levites were to be established as families,
Right.
and that order of Mishoratim and Kohanim, I added another position called Morim because we lost priests. Even many of the priests that come in, they were young men and they didn't understand, how to take on such an important
Right.
responsibility, and some of them lost their lives because this is something you can't play with. It's serious business. So now we are, at least I was told, and Cohen, I still carry it, I don't give the title of priest to young men. I make sure that they are on solid ground and that they have established their families firmly,
Right.
and then we give them the title of Kohen.
Well, you have a great man right now. He came to our event this week in
Morey Shemuel.
Shalom.
That's one of my top teachers. Yeah, many of them. He's one of them.
He's this is the second time he came to our congregation, and then he came to our event, and you can see that he's an outstanding person.
Absolutely.
Just from seeing him and seeing that you rubbed off on him a lot.
Absolutely.
Because you have some people right now. We're having a little issue, and I know if you know Professor James Small,
Dr. Jeffries and Professor Smalls were in the Black Studies departments of City College when I was an undergraduate, and I upset that department like nobody's business. So I know them extremely well, and they later came to tell everyone in the slave theater, because I was on a lecture series with them,
Right.
how I upset them, and I had a very strong reputation of upsetting those classes at City College with questions. And some Dr. Smalls, many times they would let me teach the class because they couldn't answer my questions, because that's how powerful I was, even in terms of coming into those circles with this knowledge that I got at the Shabbat Yisrael was my real university.
Okay. Under Cohen Levy.
So when I went back to university in my senior year, no one recognized me. They wanted to know, where did I go?
Where did this transformation?
So my teachers, all them professors, want to know, where have you been? Because I came in with a turban on, a katonet on every day, and they knew that if that guy with that turban come in your class, you better work. It's gonna be. And it was just, again, asking them questions. They couldn't answer them.
Right. Yeah. The reason why I asked that, because Professor Smalls right now, there's a video that I have with a brother by the name of they call him Zion Lex, but his name is Abdel Levy. I don't know if you followed some of the videos that I've done. But there's an instance where Professor Small says, this has happened maybe like 2 years ago, but he's comparing our way of life to a piece of Zohar. What do you think about that? Like Professor Smalls making such a statement, or them even claiming that we got everything from Egypt, or everything that we've gotten was from the Egyptian priesthood, or anything of that nature?
Well, I'm fully aware of the teachings, so that just let me make that statement. I won't speak personally,
Right.
because I believe that that's not good for us to speak personally about him, but I'll just speak to the issue. The most important thing that we have to understand is that we are not Egyptians. That's number one. We have to also be aware of, as we have said repeatedly, black people, former slaves, are destroyed for the lack of knowledge. The knowledge that they have been unable to acquire, it's evident with not knowing our language, not knowing our God, our spirituality, not knowing our history, not knowing the origin of us as a people. So when one finds that, and there's extreme evidence, overwhelming evidence to show that we, like the Ashantis, the Igbo of Nigeria, are part of a Hebraic lineage, and those through Emperor Haile Selassie, Menelik, it still points to that. So our brothers in the West Indies, or what we call the Maroon movement, which Garvey came out of, all of that, there's just overwhelming evidence all across the earth to point those who came on the slave ships from West Africa. There's Joseph Williams' book called Hebrewism in West Africa.
You know, because you have some people right now. We're having a little issue, and I know if you know Professor James Small,
Dr. Jeffries, and Professor Smalls were in the Black Studies departments of City College when I was an undergraduate, and I upset that department like nobody's business. So I know them extremely well. And they later came to tell everyone in the slave theater, because I was on a lecture series with them,
right,
how I upset them. And I had a very strong reputation of, upsetting those classes at City College with questions. And some Dr. Smalls, many times they would let me teach the class because they couldn't answer my questions, because that's how powerful I was, even in terms of coming into those circles with this knowledge that I got at the Shaba Yisrael was my real university.
Okay. Under Cohen Levy.
Under Cohen Levy. So when I went back to university after in my senior year, no one recognized me. They wanted to know, where did I go?
Where did this transformation?
So my teachers, all them professors, want to know, where have you been? Because I came in with a turban on, a katonet on every day, and they knew that if that guy with that turban come in your class, you better work. It's going to be. And it was just, again, asking them questions. They couldn't answer them.
Right. Yeah, the reason why I asked that, because Professor Smalls right now, there's a video that I have with a brother by the name of, they call him Zion Lex, but his name is Abdel Levy. I don't know if you followed some of the videos that I've done. But there's an instance where Professor Small says, this has happened maybe like 2 years ago, but he's comparing our way of life to a piece of Zohar. What do you think about that? Like Professor Smalls making such a statement, or them even claiming that we got everything from Egypt, or everything that we've gotten was from the Egyptian priesthood, or anything of that nature?
Well, I'm fully aware of the teachings, so that just let me make that statement. I won't speak personally,
right,
because I believe that that's not good for us to speak personally about him, but I'll just speak to the issue. The most important thing that we have to understand is that we are not Egyptians. That's number one. We have to also be aware of, as we have said repeatedly, black people, former slaves, are destroyed for the lack of knowledge. The knowledge that they have been unable to acquire, it's evident with not knowing our language, not knowing our God, our spirituality, not knowing our history, not knowing the origin of us as a people. So when one finds that, and there's extreme evidence, overwhelming evidence to show that we, like the Ashantis, the Igbo of Nigeria, are part of a Hebraic lineage, and those through Emperor Haile Selassie, Menelik, it still points to that. So our brothers in the West Indies, or what we call the Maroon movement, which Garvey came out of, all of that, there's just overwhelming evidence all across the earth to point those who came on the slave ships from West Africa. There's Joseph Williams' book called Hebrewism in West Africa, which points to, if you go into West Africa, the people of the Ivory Coast, Guinea, Senegal, Nigeria, Togo, Benin, I've been to these places. They all have Hebraic roots. The slave ships left. I've been in the dungeon in the Cape Coast in Ghana,
Right.
and in the dungeons where the slaves came from. So it's evident that those who came here are from that same stock.
Right.
When those that are in those parts of Africa who are not of Hamitic or, again, the other seeds, we have Shemitic stock, the Japhetic seed we know of.
Right.
We know of the Ishmaelites that are in these lands who are not
Right.
a part of the mixture through the invasion of the Greeks and what have you.
Right.
So we see when we travel, black Ishmaelites. I was just with the Bedouins just a few days ago.
Right.
So again, when you have that type of travel and make those links linguistically as well, Arabic and the connection with Hebrew. And if we're not, as I tell them, Hebrews, then who are we? Because they still, those who claim that we're Kemet or whatever, is something else. When you look at the principles of Mahat or those rules that they have, you can see that there's a difference. I have them, I've compared them with the Torah. They're not the same. Again, there's a universal knowledge that covers all African nations.
Right.
So it's not that someone started it. There were principles before any written documentation of right and wrong.
Right.
People knew across Africa that thieves and stealing was wrong.
Right.
Adultery was something that'll get you put to death.
Right.
It's not in the Egyptian inheritance, not an Israelite inheritance alone, but it's universal knowledge. So again, when you look at anthropology and how nations develop and how information spreads, you see how languages also take their change over time. They're all connected.
Right.
So again, a broader mind, deeper understanding of different nations, and the fact that the Sudanese represent Egypt today. Egypt is known as the United Arab Republic. I've been to Egypt, to Cairo, and you've spoken with the people that are there, the people we know as the Nubians, you understand? Directly visit their homes. It just opens up an entirely different door, and who went on the slave ships. Are there records that they have in this country, and you begin to go into the south and go to the Gullah Islands, and you understand it's
Right.
just too much information.
Right.
So
That connects
us to being who we are.
Right.
So I understand that there are different levels of knowledge amongst our people. I don't put anyone down. I acknowledge them for where they are.
Right.
But with more research and more growth, I believe in turning over every leaf. So that's why I know about chemic studies, and I enjoy speaking with Dr. Smalls even today.
Right.
Any of them, Dr. Jeffries.
Right.
They're more open now because I've heard them admit, to certain things. They've had to turn to the Hebrews. I remember when Dr. Jeffries was attacked because of his statements against the Jews.
Right.
He had to look to us to be able to know how to address
Right.
that community. And so again, that's my position on it.
All right.
And again, I could speak more on it, but again,
Right.
I know who I am, and there are people among our people who they have not arrived at the truth about who they are.
Right.
And there are many snares and traps out there. They write books and they throw information out
Right.
because their objective is that we never find out the truth.
Right.
And they will interview people who they know are confused about about this subject before they interview people who are knowledgeable, that can speak Hebrew fluently and that can defend this truth and show the differences between the various other areas where they sometimes stand opposing what we're saying, whether it's Judaism, Islam, or what have you. And we just try to embrace the whole. That's my position of understanding the whole picture and being able to know what they know so that you can have an intelligent conversation.
Did you ever get to meet the late Albert Bivens.
Yes, I did.
So how was that?
Again, great opportunity to know him. He died short through Cohen Levy.
Oh, Cohen Levy.
Cohen Levy took me to all these men, wanted me to meet them, and wanted me to see their teachings. That's
an experience.
Wonderful. But what's been greater is that to this day, I know his oldest surviving student. He's over 90 years of age. His name is Elder Ari. Lives in Amityville. I visit him all the time, so we have dialogue constantly, and we even compare Hebrew teachings. So again, there's some knowledge that I still exchange with him, and I get from the teachings of the school, which later became, I think, what is known as the Tanakh school, and those brothers up. So no, I know the original teachings and those.
Because and it's great that we could speak about this, because there's a lot of the schools that branched off of Albert Bivens, they I think sometimes they misconstrue what the man was about. And from all the elders like Nasi Barak, yourself, Chief of Chiefs, all of you guys have met him, and I get a different story. Tanakh school, he used to read the Hebrew out of the scroll.
Absolutely.
He used to, because I believe he studied under Rabbi Maftir.
Yes, again, if he did not, I can't say whether that was actually, but the same school of teachings.
The same school.
You understand, they were founded in Torah and reading the scrolls and all of that. And again,
did he incorporate the New Testament, or did he just,
Well, again, I never heard him speak about the New Testament. You understand? That wasn't what I heard when I was in his presence. It was Torah.
And the 12 charts, did you see that? Did he have that implemented? These brothers have the 12 tribe charts. Jamaican is Benjamin.
He knew and understood the 12 tribes as all the other teachers had of that day. Based on the Tanakh, there are territories that, when you speak about the 12 tribes, it's not all Cubans, all Panamanians, but Israel is in all of those places. So there's some truth in that, but being able to precisely understand it and explain it and articulate it is what makes these differences. Again, so that's just a fine line. I don't let that disturb me in any way. I know what is the facts of who we are, because we have been mixed into Puerto Ricans, all Central America. So again, I understand what they're saying.
Because Nasi Barak, when I was speaking with Nasi Barak, and he was telling me when he was up there, because Nasi Barak was up there for a few years with Albert Bivens, and he was saying about the Hebrew that they speak now. Everything is Shalom, and so he told me that Albert Bivens told him that he was sitting at his table one day studying, at his kitchen table studying, and that a man appeared to him in a gray suit, I believe he said, and told him that no, the way that he was doing Hebrew is wrong, that this is the way that he should do Hebrew, and everything is just Shalom, the way that these brothers speak it. Your Hebrew teacher is, and not talking down, but your knowledge of Hebrew, is that correct? Or, the way that we speak the Hebrew, is that the correct way? Because, people, you said that men had visions with certain things, and they put certain things on you because of those, and those things came through. What would you say about what you've known in your Hebrew studies in comparison to what our brothers do in terms of the way that they speak the Hebrew?
I've had many discussions. Even very recently, I did an interview. It's on YouTube now, under my name, Cohen Michael Levy, and it was basically questions concerning just what you've asked me. This is the manner I would respond. In the Hebrew language, when you read the ancient Hebrew, there are no niquidot, or the vowels, as we would call them. So that there's still, even with the consonants, there's still a pattern of unwritten niquodotes, because you have to have a distinction between the persons or the subjects in the language,
Right.
whether it's past, present, or future tense. Then as you go to the nif'al and the pl and the pu'al and the hif'il and the huf'al and the hitpa'el, those sounds of those particular binyanim also are distinguished in the past, present, and future tense of those. Without a shade or different shades of vowels, you would not be able to know whether or not you're in a particular binyan or you've been in the past, present, or future tense.
Right.
So again, it just doesn't hold true. When you learn the Hebrew language and you begin to speak and you begin to use the language and realize that there are ways within the language, even without the niquodote, that makes these distinctions,
Right.
the sound patterns. Also, there's a natural, what we call vowel that human beings have, in particular Hebrews. The Europeans taught us A, E, I, O, U. And they say those were the vowels when you go to study. But in our natural tongue, A, E, I, O, U, that's something you just can't get around.
Yeah.
A baby makes those sounds when they come in. It's not going to be all the time.
Yeah.
So therefore, it's just understanding. So when you go into Aramaic, which is where Ivrit comes from, you have Shemayamai, and you understand, and you have different words that have, again, ends with a ta, but it's not going to be again.
Right.
So again, you got to go back to linguistics.
Right.
And so it just doesn't hold true and being able to do that. And if they were to have conversations with one another, because just to say a word or speak, then you have to look and see, well, where the communities where dialogue has grown, you understand?
Right.
And what have you. And then time will show whether or not they're able to establish dialogue. If I say to them, okay, say that someone is behind you about to attack you, you understand? You have to be able to communicate, and to communicate effectively. Just studying a language is not being able to communicate in it. You have to be able to distinguish whether you're speaking in the present tense, the past tense, the future tense. In Hebrew, you have a word like the word, let's say, rats. You understand? But now you're running. But if someone is chasing you, you're also running, but you got to be able to distinction. So that's when you got to have sound patterns,
Right.
to be able to distinguish those particular tenses and what have you, and whether you are in a active verb form or passive. So they need to question and investigate in their studies whether or not all of that holds true. And that's how I would say it, that again, as we have dialogue, I've had dialogue with those that do. I share my point of view. I always listen for theirs, and I investigate. It just doesn't hold true as I go in and have gone in my studies and communicating with Israelites. For instance, you can go to Ethiopia, they speak Geese. You understand? And when you speak in their languages, they have sometimes the same phonetic pronunciations of words that we have in the Hebrew language.
Okay.
And amongst the other languages too. No Igbo has No Xhosa has
Right.
They have different sounds, so
Right.
you got to go and just be, you
Differentiate.
got to be able to differentiate.
Great. This is my last question on Rabbi Matthew. You say you're in contact with one of his oldest students. He's 90 years old now.
Not Rabbi Matthews, Rabbi Bibbins.
Rabbi Bibbins.
And Rabbi Bibbins, I want to let you know
Oh, he
this.
was a rabbi.
Yes, that's what I knew him as, Rabbi Bibbins.
Rabbi
And that's why I said when I went, that's what he was teaching.
Right.
Nasi Barak would have known him much better than I.
Yes, he gave me a lot of. Well, in speaking to his oldest student, did he, in your conversations with him, did it ever come to your knowledge that he worshiped Jesus, or was it Because, you know, the only reason why I'm asking this is because these brothers, they're what they call messianic brothers. You know, we're considered non-messianic. Did in any of that, was there any, did he ever tell you that, you know, this is the way that they went going into the New Testament? Was there any?
Simple, easy answer. Absolutely not. Torah founded to this day. You understand? Hebrew, no Greek writings is any part of our relationship or discussions, never. Also, he would always say this to me. We could talk in Hebrew, and he would say he talk Hebrew, but he don't know Hebrew. You understand? Because when it comes to grammar and stuff like that, Dick Duke, he was not versed in that. Like where Elder Ari, his older surviving students. So that's why I said, but he can talk it. But as I said, he's not going to be able to make those distinguish and go past present and future tense in that but he has a profound knowledge of roots of words.
Understood. So we how big is your community in I don't know, in terms of maybe not numbers, but how big is your community in Guyana? Oh, what is the name of the congregation in Guyana before?
A great question. Yeah. When I arrived at Guyana, we were known as CHOKMAH Yisrael.
The Guyana extension.
Yes. Most people could not say CHOKMAH Yisrael.
Yeah, the H.
So again, that was very difficult.
Yeah.
They'd also ask, where are you from?
Yeah.
And I would have to say our headquarters in Brooklyn.
Right.
They wanted to go to Brooklyn.
They wanted to go to Brooklyn.
So that's where they would want it. Yeah. As I grew over the years, I went from understanding of congregationalism to nationalism. You perhaps heard me say that using the Chinese, they don't come to America and say that they're anything other than Chinatown. When they go to San Francisco, they're Chinatown. In Guyana, they're Guyanese. You understand? So that we always say now, and everywhere I go, I teach, we're Hebrew Israelites of Guyana, Hebrew Israelites of Charlotte, Hebrew Israelites of Philadelphia, Hebrew Israelites of Barbados, Hebrew Israelites of Trinidad, Hebrew Israelites of Jamaica. And that's becoming what I call national maturity. Because now the people know that we are being identified as what I would call the diaspora nation. Because the diaspora is a nation. Mm-hmm. You understand? Everybody that went were the part of a nation. We're the Hebrew Israelites. Whether we're in Tanzania, wherever colonialism went, that experience marks the Hebrew people. That's the fulfillment of Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, and all of our experiences. So again, in Guyana, there was an elder. She passed away. Her name was Elder Naomi. She knew...
One of the originals that came.
No, she's one of the original Guyanese. The community in Guyana now is basically hundreds and hundreds of people that are Guyanese. See, because basically what I've done is awaken an entire country. You know, when you're in a country for 40 years, you lose your zits and the bus and everything. So our mark is everywhere. So if you get at the airport and just say my name or ask for the Hebrews, they'll bring you right to our community. Wow. Because we're known all throughout the country, and it's now has gone to other countries, because it's now in Barbados and Trinidad. When we have our 30th anniversary, 40th anniversary, which were great celebrations, people came from Israel all across the United States, from the Caribbean. So the country, it's all advertised on television and radio. They begin to see the picture of what this is. That's what awakens them. I'll give you another example. When I began to make the contact with the land of Israel and go on television and radio and tell them that our headquarters is in Israel, now they begin to connect it with the Bible, not Brooklyn. They want to go to Israel now because they understand the nationalistic picture rather than a congregational picture is where I started as an Israelite. I'm a nationalist now. I'm teaching nationalism and who we are, ethnicity. So again, when I was in Guyana, in Israel just a few days ago, we had what we call various theaters of what we call the State of the Union, the State of the Nation Conference, where every representative from different regions just a few days ago had to give a report updated. This is done every year. Right. So I can tell them how we've progressed, where we are at this point in Guyana, Trinidad, and what have you, because that's my portfolio. Right. On that national level. Ghana's represented, Kenya's represented, London was represented, you understand, all of these various countries. So there was a sister there from England. She had been in England for 30 years. She represents an ecumenical churches all throughout London. She came there as a Christian representing all the Christian churches across London. She was one of the speakers that spoke for about 15 minutes, and her words, but there's another brother named Yehoshaphat. He represents the London jurisdiction with another brother known as Cohen Eitan. And so at that point, they allowed her to say something, and she immediately said, I need to find the brother and speak from him. Is he here? The brother from Guyana, because I left Guyana 30 years ago. And she told everyone that when she goes back to London, she's going to have a problem, because she's going back there not a Christian, but she has found out and knows that she's a Hebrew Israelite. Wow. And now that this person who has got up and spoke, because I spoke before them, and she now knows that these teachings have been in her country for 40 years, so we may exchange information, and she's no longer Christian. She's a minister, a Christian minister, who's on the board of all these churches of London, and she's going back there Hebrew Israelite, so she knows that her job is finished.
That's right.
She's kicked out, and she doesn't care. Right. Just to show you the profoundness of this. So again, in your original question, in terms of being there in Guyana, no, I'm working and have been teaching for 40 years, ministers of government, president himself. I have a meeting with him in a few days. I mean, this has gone to an entirely different level. Because when you hear truth over and over again, and I've had president that have called in, because he called in and asked this question. One of the late presidents, as I said, of Guyana, yes. He called in and he asked this question. He said, this man has been coming on this television and radio for years, and he's been saying to the people of Guyana, you're Hebrews, and that Christianity is a deceptive religion. It's the religion of colonialism, because the slaves were Christianized in all of the territories. Right. And he said, why has no one ever come on and challenge him? We have all of these missionaries here. We've having even people of Guyanese ethnicity who have heard him. Why have not any of them come on to refute what he's saying? And the Guyanese people call in and they say they don't want to come on the station with him because they know that they'll be embarrassed, and they cannot, refute this information, because it's based on old, new. And they ask me sometimes, have you read the New Testament? And I tell them, I read from Matthews to Revelation, then I read from Revelation back to Matthew, so I read it frontwards and backwards. Ask me anything you want. And so they know. They know you can't challenge this. Truth.
And we know in the community that you are a great representative of the entire community, and
absolutely.
It's a blessing.
I want to just say this. I'm your product. I'm the product of every Israelite community Hallelujah. In New York City.
Hallelujah. And your relationship, I'm going to shift the subject. You spoke about Israel. Your relationship with the late Ben Ami, Adon Ben Ami, how was that like? How did that come about? And also, if you will care to answer, you know, for years, people like you and Maureen Michal have gotten criticism for the relationship, you know. Do you care to speak about that? How?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's very important that people understand it. From the days of Jeroboam and Rehoboam, our nation split into what has been known as the northern and the southern kingdom. We've been divided in that manner from those times, perhaps 800 BCE until the present. And the prophecies of Ezekiel 37 says that the time would come when these two sticks metaphorically would be joined together and that Israel would be one nation again. I knew and understood from the words of Cohen Levy that I was from the tribe of Lewi. Lewi comes from the word lao, which were the hooks. If you look it up, it means hooks. It was the hooks that joined the curtains of the tabernacle called the Ohel Moed. So it's even when I was in the streets, brought up and had friends who were friends when they were 7 and 8 until they became 13 and gang members. We were one family of friends. And ignorance caused us to be killers of each other. And I always played the role of wanting them to be brothers. I never wanted to see our people be enemies to one another. I understood that we were not the enemy.
Right.
We are not the enemy today. And we act like the enemy, but we're not. We have to understand that. Our challenge as a people is not only to find the Creator and obey His laws, but we'll never fulfill that until we learn that part of those laws is to form the relationship of neighborliness and brotherhood one with another, of sisterhood one with another, of familyhood, because it's family that make up a nation. All of the Chinese people are of different families. All of the people of Panama, of any country, it starts with family. So that the unification of family is supposed to be innate. It's not even supposed to be taught. It's supposed to be automatically understood, because that's the only way you can come into the earth is through a family,
Right.
not through a religion.
Right.
So that when one has that understanding, which is why we are destroyed, because we don't understand family. That's one of the things that I have to teach. And you can't teach just by words, articulation. It has to be done with example.
Right.
Cohen Levy always taught about unification. Even when I visit the various communities as a young man, as an Israelite, even though we were divided, we still prayed for each other wherever they was. We said, bless all Israel. In the Caribbean, every time I come to you, you all are still doing that today.
Right.
It cannot just be a prayer. It has to be a mindset. It has to be a love of self. And it has to be genuine. That's the only way we'll ever get. You also have to know that, as Cohen taught me, that's where the Torah comes in, that every family has misunderstandings. All of the other people, even the Jews in the land of Israel, even the Ishmaelites, they are Shiites and Sunnis and all of that, but they all understand family.
Right.
It doesn't mean that because you have differences or different views that it should divide you. That's why we are in the condition that we are, because we don't realize that differences are part of being 12 different families. In actuality, 13 different families. They were never exactly the same.
Right.
We had words Sheba-late and Sheba-late. If you weep because their lives, so there was differences. So you just got to broaden your mind and understand that when you have misunderstandings, it's the Torah that Yah gave us to help you overcome in a righteous way these differences and the misunderstanding. That has to be applied. So I understand that. I was taught that by Cohen Levy. He even told me, he said, some things that I'm teaching you, Cohen, he said, I can't even do it because I've been affected by the racism of America. But you can do it. Don't follow me. You do what I taught you to do. And that's what I do. Right. So he taught me to unify Israel. That's the tribe of Levi. Right. We don't get land. Yah is my possession. Right. The other tribes, you get the land. We were put into everyone's land to keep the cohesiveness of the family by making sure that they applied and learned the principles of the Torah, of the law. Right. That's my role. So again, if I didn't understand that, my mother was a Christian. I brought her into law. Right. I go to countries, a Rastafarian, I bring them into law. Right. I speak with Christians that are in these countries, Guyana and elsewhere. I bring them to law. Because if I looked at them where they are, I'll never get them, nor can I bring them to truth if I don't respect them where they are. Right. You understand? If I didn't respect my parents, that's why I have so many people in this way of life, because even when I came in, I love them. Right. Love covers all transgressions. So if you love a person, you try to reach them. The brothers and sisters, they have great courage. You can't change someone who's different from the outside. You only do that by engaging and having conversations. If you are confident in what you're about and you're right, Yahweh upholds the words of his servant. He confirms the words of his servant. So I know that I represent the Holy One of Israel. I'm doing what my words are not my own. I'm just a reiterator of the words of Yah. So therefore, I win every battle because he upholds what I'm saying. And so when you think that someone who might be doing something against Torah is going to change me, no. I know that over time, I'm going to change them. Right. Because that's what it is. You have to have the patience and have the respect and have the endurance to engage. The longer you talk with me, the longer I know that sooner or later you're going to get it. And I'm a teacher. I have students that when I teach them division from one way, they don't get it. You have to have different angles of being able to bring the same point, but from different angles. Depends on who you're speaking to. And if you know where they're at and you know their mindset, it's easier for you to explain it. We have a tendency of when we listen to respond rather than to understand. I listen to understand what you're saying, and then I respond. But my first listening is not to have my lip ready to say something and respond. No, I said not how I listen. That's art. Listening is a skill, and it's an art. So you got to develop that before you can reach people.
So what you would say is, don't try to be combative, but be receptive.
No, because my objective, my goal is for us to agree. So my conversation is for that. And where you say something, I acknowledge, I agree with that. We don't give credit where credit is due. In the Caribbean, they say give Jack his jacket. You know what I mean? So that's what I do. Wherever I agree with a point, I let you know. On that, I agree. So you understand? And then we get down to where, and then I explain my points. And I want you to know this. I just came from Israel. The accomplishment there has been that the priesthood of Cohen Levy has been now and is now being united with the priesthood in Israel. And that we're doing just what we're supposed to be doing, agreeing on the Torah. We have a dialogue that's to take place, to start from Genesis 1:1 to Deuteronomy, and to agree on we're not to come to challenge, what does this say? And again, it took years to achieve what has just been achieved in my just a few days ago from the highest of leadership.
Wow.
Again, Cohen Levy and those souls, Abba Ben-Ami, and that was Abba Ben-Ami's vision.
Right.
So again, people don't even realize that, hey, Abba Ben-Ami represented the number one student or the top student of a man called Elder Bowie, who I told you earlier, known as Elder Eliyahu.
Right.
And they identified me as being Cohen Levy's top student,
without a doubt.
and the two of us joined these sticks together. He's made transition, but everyone knows that he placed me in that priesthood. I'm the only person that has never been taught by the kingdom, never been, again, taught by Ben-Ami, taught by Cohen Levy, and now that unification is taking place because he understood that he wanted initially Cohen Levy, before Ben-Ami went to Israel, he visited Cohen Levy and asked him to set up the priesthood. That's history people don't know. So it just happened just 20-something years later through myself. So I'm the person now actually shaping and molding the priesthood in the land of Israel. They're now doing Torah. Another person you should know, I left Gavrit Yasuda in Israel.
Right.
Her daughter Nisriya, known as, again, Savlonut, she does Torah classes every week in there. We did Torah classes while I was there during this last visit. In the last 2 or 3 times. So we're getting on the same page in every area. And they're leaving the New Testament, going back to the Hebraic rights and to the Torah.
Right. So,
and that's through that engagement.
So the criticism is really means nothing to you?
First of all, if you ever understand life, people always criticize. Especially when you're trying to do something good and right. So if you can't stand criticism, don't even get into. So no, that's it. What you have to do is know that time tells a story.
Right.
See, so I'm a person, my father told me that, and those are the people who molded me. No, time will always, the truth, no matter how it's oppressed, no matter what a person thinks, sooner or later, the truth is going to come out. And so I know.
What type of person was Ben-Ami? For those of us that we heard about the man, but to you personally, because he was a friend, just maybe in a story that you could tell to explain what type of person he was.
Well, I will tell you this here. This is how I'll explain it. I listened to my beloved brother, I love him very much, Moreh Mishael's interview with you. And I'm reiterating what Moreh Mishael said, because he's one of the kindest, most generous, honest people that I've ever met among all many leaders. Like all leaders, they have faults. I have mine. Cohen had his. Ben-Ami had his. If you judge by faults, none of us will ever be anything.
Absolutely.
The Creator is merciful to us all. We all have portions to play. Malcolm, Elijah Muhammad, every man, Moses, they all had their faults, but they were great servants of the Maker of heaven and earth. So when you understand that and you realize that, when you hear me say that I've been to South Africa, it's Ben-Ami that sent me there. He paid for the ticket. When you hear me say that I've been to Turkey and Egypt, he made sure that I go there because he knew that if I take you and have you go to these places, you're going to be able to serve Yah in a way and articulate. You're already a dynamic teacher, but you're going to be able to do great works. And so he sent me to international conferences in South Africa because he knew that I could deal with Jews. He sent me to Barbados to deal in international conferences because he knew that I could be able to deal with Christianity. If homosexuality came up, that I would be able to use Torah. So I mean, I'm telling you, he's a great servant of Yah. And again, like myself, most men that do extraordinary and great jobs that go beyond ordinary people, sacrifices of their family and time with their family. I have made great sacrifices of serving Yah and not having the time. We cry privately and inwardly of the pain that goes with this separation for a greater cause. But again, when you know these men on the level that I happen to know them, Cohen and Ben-Ami and his teacher and so many others, again, there's an understanding of what we have, that you realize that most people don't understand. We're misunderstood. So you can't allow that to deter you. We operate on a different spirit. There's a different spirit of Yah that I operate on. That doesn't affect me. Never has what people said bothers me. They always talk about you. So that goes with just being, everybody gets talked about. In fact, you're just being alive, because just like somebody's talking about me, somebody's talking about them. Yes. So no, that's how it goes. You don't let that bother.
Because you're speaking about unification and the coming together of Israel. This past summer, Rabbi Capers Fune was made the chief rabbi of that segment of the community. Have you ever met Rabbi Capers Fune? Have you ever had any contact with him? What's your relationship with him?
I've known him over 30 years.
Wow. Okay.
I've worshiped with him many, many times in Chicago.
He has an open door policy to you.
Oh, we love each other. You know what I'm saying? Because we've known each other a long time. He also knows that I'll never be Jewish. So again, that's not an issue. He knows me well enough to know that.
But you guys have dialogue.
Oh, yes. He's been reaching out for me since last year. When all of that took place. I'll probably be meeting and speaking with him sometime in the near future. Look forward to it. And he's playing a role. I won't speak about it, but he has a role that he's playing. Just like there's, I always tell you, that you need somebody when you're at war. You need someone to engage the enemy at every point of attack. And so again, you got to respect where they're at. But there's a higher mindset that way I won't speak at. But no, I know all of these people. One time I was in Israel, and one of the princes said, because I met with all the leadership before leaving, and they said, "Call Mikhail, wherever we go, everybody knows you, and it seems like you know everybody." But that's how I try. I want to know everybody. I love everybody. They're all of our people, and that's the way it has to be. I hope to bring everybody to the table. That's what I've done in the past. I've had many of times where I brought all of the New York brothers and sisters to the table. What I'm doing is not new. Everybody who knows me and listening know I've been doing this. That's who I am. That's who I am. I'm Lewi. That's who I am.
That hook.
That's who I am.
You're an author. You authored 2 books, I believe.
3 books, and I probably have 3 that's going to be published probably in the next few months. I edited 2 books while in Israel, and I've had those books sitting for 2 years, and it just flowed out, and I completely edited them while I was in Israel over the last month.
All right, can you mention the 3 books that you have available so that that the people will be able to see, and we could get that word out there to the new audience that might not know you?
Okay.
It's a lot of people.
Well, I have a website I've just opened up a Facebook page known as Levitical Communications. Okay. I also have a company registered as Levitical Communications probably over 25 years. And it's dedicated to the spread of the Hebrew culture globally. I also have now a YouTube site under my name with many, messages. I've done a lot of interviews like this is what I'm doing now on a regular basis. When I get to Ghana, I'll continue to do it. My first book came out of an autobiography. It's called From Harlem to the Holy Land. I never published it. It was given years ago to a brother named Nasik Emmanuel. That was what Ben-Ami asked me when we met. You asked me how did we meet. He came to my home in Queens when I was here, intermittently going back and forth. And he heard about the fact that I had gone to Ghana, and I think at that time I was there 30 years, and that most of the people, practically everyone, had returned to America, that I stayed with my family, and that impressed him tremendously. He just wanted to meet this person. He told me that through a brother named Shalom, that everywhere he went, people would ask him, have you ever met Cohen Michael? And he told them. So when we met at the Schomburg Library, that was the time of the Operation Moses and Solomon, where the Falasha were flown into Israel. That's when I met first member of the community sojourning here in the United States.
Right.
And so Ben Ami asked me, how can I help? I told him I was trying to get this book published, but nobody would touch it. And he said, send it to D.C., which I did to the brother Nasik Emmanuel. About a week or two later, he called me and he said, your writing is gold. All we have to do is polish it up. He said, you have 3 books in one.
Wow.
So the autobiography has never been published because I felt that this is now probably over 20 years later. So much I've done since then and I knew that I didn't even want to publish it then, but it was the only way that I could tell the story of my experience. And out of it, I published a book called Israelites and Jews, The Significant Difference. And then I published another book called Final Resolution, The Separation of Truth and Lies in the Bible. My experience was that everywhere I went and said I was a Hebrew Israelite, they say, are you Jewish? And I had a lot of experiences with Jews here in America, so I shared that, and that became one book.
Right.
And then the other book, I used Hebrew Israelites and Jews to document through the Tanakh and through history to show that connection, to prove that we were the Hebrew Israelites. The other area that I knew I had to deal with, I prayed to the Creator for guidance in all of my writings. He guided my hand and my pen. And I knew that I had to prove that Christianity was not a true doctrine. It was not true. Because in my experience, everyone thinks that they have the truth. The Jehovah's Witnesses, whoever you speak to, they believe they have the truth. And I wanted to be able to show beyond a shadow of a doubt, when you dealt with the Bible, that in that Bible everything was not true, that there were truths and lies in the Bible. So I called it Final Resolution, meaning that in the final determination of all this discussion among mankind, that the truth of the fact that the Creator, Yahweh, whose name is not mentioned in the translation of Lord, and God Elohim is not mentioned, that people will know and have a clear understanding of separating in that book they call the Bible the truth from the lies.
Okay.
And that the Old Testament, known as the original Testament or the Holy Scriptures, would be the place where the establishment of the litmus test for truth would be found, and that there are things in the New Testament that came out of the Old that we agree, accept, and we know that the Creator or Spirit in the original writings became a man born of a woman, which is an abomination based on the original writings. Right. And I just went from point to point, and there are also places where there is inaccuracies, mistranslations, misspellings. I compared them by putting the scriptures side by side so that a person could actually see it. Many people have the Bible. Some claim they've read it, but they've never read it from cover to cover, the way you sit in sequence, in chronological sequence, so they don't get the understanding. And with the millions that have read the Bible, there are very few that have understood it. Right. So I again try to, with the guidance of Yahweh, bring that to all humanity. My writings are not for Israelites alone. It's for the human race. Right. Our truth is not for any one people. It's for the human race. I take opportunities like this to apologize to the nations for what we have done. We're responsible in a great sense for the state of the world. So I apologize on my behalf of our people, for not being that light. If we had taken this truth to the people of the earth, we wouldn't have all these religion and this confusion of what has been called Babel or Babylon.
For the people information, and maybe an Israelite wants to travel to Guyana, where is your school located in Guyana? The address.
Okay, well, we don't have a school, we have a community.
A community.
Ironically, it's located on a street called 3619 Christianity Street. It will probably be renamed one day. Cohen used to have a tough magazine, and they used to call it Cohen's Corner. We're on the corner. Even though it's named that, they'll probably call it, if you have to, they'll call it Cohen's Corner. Because again, we have the largest Hebrew building ever constructed in South America on that corner.
So you have a community.
We are communities. Yes, because we're in Georgetown, Linden, Berbice, West Bank, interior. We're all over the country. I told you, I'm waking up a country.
Wow, that's great. And I don't want to drag it out any longer. I'm sure that I'll have another opportunity to sit down with you. But in concluding, what's your message to the people? And what's your message to the people, to the community? What's your message to the community here in your city and abroad? You know,
my message is a reiteration of the message of the Holy One of Israel. He says, "Gather yourself together, O shameless nation, before the decree come forth," and that we seek Yahweh in humility, seek togetherness. He says, "It may be that you shall be hid in the day of Yah's anger and indignation." It's Zephaniah, the 2nd chapter, those first 3 verses. We need to humble ourselves with each other. We need to love one another, as the Creator said. We need to, again, express that love as a verb of action, because love is a verb called a hav. And so it's not a noun. It's an action that we need to live it. And we need to become an obedient people. We need to know that righteousness exalts a nation. And we have to live right in everything that we do, whether we're seen or unseen. We need to understand family and realize that if we apply these principles, we wouldn't have broken families. When our families do break up, and sometimes relationships are not reconcilable, but it didn't matter that when Abraham had to send Hagar and Ishmael away, Ishmael was still his son. So that when you have a divorce, as they might call it, a get in Hebrew, or a release in some communities, a separation, that the children are still the children of both parents, the nephews are still the nephews and nieces of both parents, that the grandchildren are still the grandchildren of both parents, so that we should start a marriage which is, using the word divine, pleasing in the sight of Yah, and when it doesn't work out, we should still have a divine relationship of not leaving and turning one parent against the other and teaching the children that. And again, separating ourselves, because part of what the Torah teaches is how to get along even with our misunderstandings. So if we apply that, we'll be a blessed nation. We were destroyed because we didn't apply the law, and we must apply these principles. They are our wisdom, our knowledge, and our understanding in the sight of the nations, who will say, "Who can be and who is like unto this great and people that have Yah so nigh unto them?" And so we have to show them we have a responsibility to be that nation on earth that lives. We influence people more than any other nation. And when we drop our pants down, everybody drop their pants down.
That's right.
When we do a dance, everybody do the dance.
Right.
So if we can influence them with our hats backwards, why not be a righteous influence to the people? And we have to start by loving ourselves first and practicing this harmony of brotherhood and sisterhood, and then we can be able to be and establish a universal brotherhood, which is what the planet needs at this time. That would be my message to our people and to everyone.
All right, something came to my mind before we conclude. Chief Mekul Badi Abain Cohen Levy, he has this profound memory from when he was young. He said, Cole Mikhail used to do this rap song when we were little. Now, I didn't know Cole Mikhail was a rapper. And he goes into your voice and into your reflection. Do you remember the rap song?
Yeah, I remember the rap, but I wrote it for somebody else to do it. I'm not the singer.
You're not going to do the rap song.
I'll just tell you this: it was really written to send a message to people,
right?
And that was what it was. And it went something like this: a lot of people rapping aren't telling you nothing. Here's a rap that's gonna teach you something. Jacob and Esau were brothers just two. You can read it in the Bible. What I say is true. Then it goes on and on and on. And that's what it was about.
I mean, this is something he always, when we're having a conversation about, you said, man, Cole Mikhail used to sing that rap song. And so it just used to, it brings, it's that memory of your youth. And he always speaks highly of you, and he has a lot of love and respect for you, and he loves you, I
love him too, and it's very touching what you just said,
right,
because it just shows you how we as adults can impact upon a child.
Right.
And if he remembers that, and I never knew he did,
right,
so that's why I said it's touching to know that he remembered that song and how I would do it. But it was really not to do anything but to send a message and letting people know that this story of Jacob and Esau, of Israelites and Jews,
right,
it's right in that Bible.
Right.
And it says again, you're not a Rasta, you're not a Jew, you're not a Negro, and you're not a Jew.
Right.
You understand?
Okay.
You can read it in the Bible. What I say is true. You're not a Rasta, and you're not an Igbo. It just goes to all these different nations, right, to point us back, and you're an Israelite.
You're an Israelite.
You're an Hebrew Israelite, yeah.
And when it's all said and done, how do you want to be remembered? When it's all said and done, when, we all have to take that walk, we all have to make that final journey. How do you want to be remembered?
A humble, devoted family man and loyal servant of the Holy One of Israel.
Hallelujah. Torah Cohen.
Torah Cohen. Love you.
Love you too.
Love and appreciate it.
Tiku shofar bezion behareu bahar kwashi yerizu kol yoshri hareti ayom Yahuwah yom Yahuwah ki kwaro tiku shofar bezion behareu behar kwashi yerizu kol yoshri hareti ayom Yahuwah ki kwaro Yoshri Haaretz Bayom Yahuwah Yom Yahuwah Kikwaro Tikweu Hamzot Rabezio Hareu Tehakwaro
Shalom, we're sitting here with Nasik Zerishadab Ben Yehuda, one of the teachers of BINAH King, also a student of Nasi Yaakov. We're on our second interview here. Just wanted to ask you how, did you survive the hurricane? How did everything go with you and your family? Was everyone?
Well, I'm very thankful that it seemed like just a strong rainstorm for me. I just lost, I didn't lose anything. Matter of fact, just a patio chair got blown in the pool and one branch from a palm tree. But other than that, you couldn't tell that a hurricane came through our particular area.
Okay, that's great. I got a few questions. Because in the last interview that we did, we discussed BINAH King, but we didn't get in detail about BINAH King. Right. So I want you to get more in detail about BINAH King, how Nasi Yaakov was in particular, the order of BINAH King, and all the things that made BINAH King as a congregation and as a force in the community.
Well, as far as BINAH King, it got a pretty extensive history. The sad part about it is that most people tend to embellish or claim to know, except for the ones that actually was there for a period of time. That its roots was in the 50s, the early 50s. They chartered around the 60s that they actually got their actual charter. The first actual president of BINAH King was the late Nabi Raphael.
Okay.
Then later on, Prince Yaakov himself became the actual spiritual leader. The plan, the formula, in being around, both of them was that Prince Yaakov, Prince Abner, and I forget the other guy's name already. And Prince Caleb was to go out, get people to bring them in, and Nabi Raphael used to be able to, supposed to keep them in this way of life. So they used to be out there and they dressed in culture, and they started speaking about identity and what are Israelites' real purpose. That, you know, they talk about nationality, not instead of religion. Talk about this one God as opposed to a trinity. They're talking about we are the actual people as opposed to the mysterious Africans, black or Muslims and unknown, not knowing who we are. The question was, what are you? Well, that most Israelites asked back in them days, and most people would say, I'm Baptist, I'm just I'm just African, or I'm just a Negro, stuff like that. Or if they're from the Caribbean, they might say I'm a Panamanian, but not saying actually nationality that have anything to do with, say, where we come from. Right. And so that's what was being taught mostly. And then when they bring them in, it's educate them and we follow the laws of the first 5 books, the Torah, and that's basically what we followed. And we study a lot of everything, but our teachings was coming mainly from the Tanakh, and that we observe all the holy days that's mentioned in the Tanakh, especially in the short from Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, all those days of observance there. We observe that, and pretty much we had a dietary code that we practice. According to rabbinic law, they might not consider it kosher, but we deemed it to be kosher enough, using that phrase.
All right. So, as far as BINAH and its order and what it was known for, can you explain to us a little bit about that? BINAH and the order, and
okay,
how the order of BINAH transpired, the way that Nasi Yaakov said it, since you were there from 1965, I believe.
Right. Basically, the order, and not only that, as I encounter it, so it's not even just where had he said it in 65, but more so how I encounter it to be in existence then. You had princes and you had chiefs. Those pretty much was the high echelon. Anybody in between that, just brother so-and-so, brother this, to later on. And that was the early days. And you had also, like I said, Nabi Raphael, which means prophet. And, with the prophet, the original term is not so much predicting the future, but basically being a spokesperson. The princes and chiefs, basically, that was part of it, / administrative, legislative, and the judicial area as well, And you had different people that was basically, the only other title basically was just on the door. That's it, doorkeeper. Later on, as we started becoming extensive, then you start talking about captains and governors. But I'd like to deal with the level first. You had a chief council, but never a such thing as a council of princes, as I read and heard about in a Facebook thing, that they had the council of princes, and it was supposed to be allegedly that was from antiquity from BINAH. And no such thing ever existed, because where would the chief be? And the council, was not necessarily to say acknowledge princes and stuff of that nature. Prince Yaakov himself would say, when you see a brother seem to have certain, not just aptitude, but certain type of spirituality as well as commitment to the cause, then he would ask everybody else, when he'd say, well, what do you think about so-and-so being prince this or chief that? And that's how it went. No one, he never just did it on his own, ever, when somebody was prince this or chief that. Let me explain some about some of the other titles later on. Later on, we had different titles that was added, like governors, captains, chief of the chief Levites. So the first, we had a council preceded that. I omitted chief council. We had a chief council, and that was chief council Daniel Ben Dan. And there's a nickname / read the book, because they always say, well, read the book. And that was pretty much what we did collectively as Israelites from BINAH. If it was a controversy or dispute about issues, we always say, well, read the book, see what the books say. You know what I mean?
Right,
Come up, go back to the book.
Right.
So, and he used to coin that phrase so much that his nickname became "Read the Book."
Read the book. Okay.
And he was the first chief counsel. And to show you that even though Prince might have been a leader, and you had a council, a chief man's council, which was princes and chiefs, that if Chief Daniel Ben Dan was the chief counselor, then that would tell you who actually passed on information,
Right.
and gave strong guidance to, the leader at the time.
Right.
And a leader that never could take counsel would never exist to be a leader long. Chief Counsel Danielle being the chief counsel, they would basically give Prince guidelines about how things should be run at BINAH YAH. So BINAH YAH was never a one-man show. Even though Prince was the leader, it never was a one-man show, in a sense. Though he had a lot of latitude, more so than most people in, in other areas, it still was never a one-man show. When later on we started adding other titles, but before I go to the other titles, I'd like to speak on this. That when Prince went to Chicago in 1969, that's the year I went there as well. That's when brothers that didn't come up in 1968 met Prince for the first time, and that's when Prince Yaakov wound up staying there. Prince basically had, we use the term Nasi for him, or we say this is the Prince. Even though you had other princes, we would say, the Prince says so and so, and everybody knew what you're talking about, without saying Prince Yaakov. And we had titles that was developed later after Prince's demise, which is Chief Prince, and I'm using the titles Crown Prince. But before I get to that, I'd like to speak about the first Chief of Chief, which is Chief Joshua Ben Levi. Now, he was the first Chief Levite in BINAH YAH. So we had guys like that. Chief titles was basically more specific. Prince titles was general. So usually when you was a chief, you was chief singer, chief disc musician, chief, something in that area. But you was over that. But you had the same, say, status as a prince. It's just that you had more specific job, where princes was more of generalization. You'd be able to handle this, be able to handle that. So he's more mobile, pretty much. But nothing specifically. And when Chief Joshua left BINAH YAH, was over at Hashaba for a while, then he came back to BINAH YAH. And we had so many new brothers that had titles and stuff, mostly Levites. So now you have what the Prince said, okay, you're the first Chief Levite, and you're from original BINAH YAH. And we also, when we got chartered, so he said, we don't have Kohanim, so you're gonna be. If we had since we don't have a priest, the highest thing we would have is Chief of the Chief Levites. So that's is the beginning of a Chief of Chief title.
Right.
And Chief Joshua was Chief of the Chief Levites.
Right.
Right.
So he still stands as he was still. Well, he would have to have a running congregation to stand at that. Or that would his title.
But the title never. The title exists forever.
Okay.
The title exists forever.
Okay.
But it's only applicable if you're active.
If you're active. So there's no such thing as after you get the title, you relinquish the title, or the title is taken back from you, according to Nasi Yaakov's order. Once you were an officer, then you remain an officer.
Right, and that's and that's what I hear about people today. One time Prince called himself suspending, but for lack of a better word, suspension of the whole New York branch one time, because different things that was going on, and he said, "Till we get there," you know. So he left 4 people with responsibilities.
Who were those?
No, 4 people. Chief Simeon was in charge of the care with advice from Chief Khan and Chief Yehuda jointly. I was over the martial arts. That's it. And so everybody else had to wait till we get there, you know. So and so for that little short space, but it was never a thing where titles like snatched off. Once you was a prince, that was it. Once you was a chief, that was it. The best you could be is a chief or a prince with no authority or power right here. That's all they could be.
But you were still addressed as chief.
Right. And the worst they might say, well, I ain't gonna call you this, I ain't gonna call you that, because you really don't have no power, but that's what you are. You know, and it's basically like in the book. And that's like a little sidebar from what I was gonna speak on, but since we had it, I might as well finish it out.
Right.
It's like in the book. You had 250 princes on the wrong side for Dathan and Korah and Abiram, going against Moses. And they had people following them in the congregation. And these were no local dudes. But they weren't the high echelon princes either. But they weren't no bottom of the line princes.
Right.
You know, they elected the congregation. That means they really had some real authority.
Right.
And then you have the guys that went to scout the land out, which are referred to as bush, but most people say spies. Spied the land for, you know, in the first 40 years ago.
Right.
And out the 2, Joshua and Caleb. 1 from each tribe, and each one literally represented the tribe. Those 250 princes that we read about in the rebellion, you don't know what tribe, whatever they represent. If they, you know, all of was from this tribe, how many was from that tribe. But, you know, they wasn't on the level of the 12 that went to spy the land.
Right.
That's one that represented each particular tribe and spoke for the tribe. Those 12 that went to spy out the land was not on the level of those that took the census and made the offering at the tabernacle. Those were the ultimate top princes. Those are the chief princes of each and every one of those tribes. And though Joshua wound up being the leader of Israel, he never was the chief prince of the tribe of Ephraim, which he was out of. Though Caleb wound up drawing the lot for your tribe of Yehuda, he never was the chief prince of the tribe of Yehuda. So, you know, but he was the senior prince. That's why you know, and that's why I use crown prince like seniority.
Okay. So, I just want to clarify, because I want this to be in the annals of history as per what you saw being there from 1965 and understanding the order. So if you, let's say if a brother left, or a brother left in bad terms, he left, right? Does that brother title get pulled back?
The brother leaves in bad terms. The title, now, only titles that ever was, you know, out. Because like I say, we had, you know, instituted captains and governors, which I'm going to, you know, in a moment. All right. If you're a prince or chief, you know, I mean, you still a prince or a chief, whether you're a good one or a bad one, whether you come around and they say nobody got to listen to him because he's on bad terms.
Right.
But he's still there.
Right.
You know what I mean? You're still there. And, you know, you find in the book where princes was walking and servants was riding. Right. So it's nothing strange for a man that's a prince or a chief not to have no real power. But that doesn't change his nobility.
Right.
You know, his status.
Right.
Even though he can't exercise those particular powers.
Right.
And for a person to actually think, say, well, we acknowledge, and that's why one of the things when we was trying to strengthen the order at CHOKMAH, because we had so many fly-by-night guys that claimed to be princes and chiefs, when no one wanted to be princes or chiefs. You know, they want to be rabbis, they want to be kohanins, they want to be ministers, anything, you know, even some Israelites, apostles, prophets, but no one wanted to be a prince or chief because it seemed like, oh, I got to be rich, I got to have this, and I got to have that. So they get the wrong connotation. You know, nobility is not about how much money you have.
Right.
You know, so that's that. So if you even think about saying, okay, I acknowledge this brother as a prince, or I acknowledge this man as a chief, and later on, because of whatever happens, maybe the guy might have did something very negative. All right. Oh, you can't say, well, I snatched this title back, because your judgment of character, all right, about how much the individual is worth, it's in question at that point in time. All you really saying now is that he's just a chief or a prince on the negative side. That's it.
Right.
You know, but you cannot say he's no longer a prince or a chief.
Right.
But pretty much the concept, you know, a doctor whose license is taken doesn't say he's not a doctor anymore. You know, I mean, he's not allowed to practice and be respected as that. But his skills, what he really is still that. And same thing with a lawyer that passed the bar.
Right.
If he did something that's not right, they say, okay, you disbarred from the bar, but that don't, you know, so you're not allowed to practice law. But do that means you don't know law anymore? You don't have that skill anymore.
Right.
It's just that you did something that's negative. So when and you know, and when a person say, well, you know, this guy's no longer a prince, this guy's no longer a chief, you know, it don't work like a captain and a quiet grade. You know, governor, more administrator, acquired grade. In the book, and that's why I bring out, for those just watching this before and watch the talk I gave on the Sidra, I'll make this correction now. The first time you read about Nasi was with Abraham. Second time with Ishmael kids. And the third time, you know, you read about with Shechem. All that has to do with bloodline. And it had to have anything to do with their character of being good or bad. They had to do with their bloodline. You know, Abraham was a good man. We don't know all about Ishmael kids. We just know the father was supposed to be a wild ass of a man, and his hand against every man hands against him. But he had 12 princes,
Right.
and that means his bloodline. And then you have Shechem, who accosted Dinah, and is mentioned, you know, that he's a prince, and he used the term Nasi, bloodline. Now Sarai, which the first time you read about is with Abraham encounter, you know, in Egypt, when he first going to Egypt, that's an acquired title. That's an acquired title, but it still could be on the level of a prince or, you know, a general chief. So and they call it Sar for singular. Sarai is, you know, princess, you know, Sarai and Mitzrayim, princess of Egypt.
Right.
So but it's an acquired title. Even the butler, the baker in the last week's situation was a Sar. Potiphar is a Sar. That don't necessarily means that brought Joseph, but that don't mean that it's necessarily a bloodline. But it's the top guys, the chief guys, and it's an acquired position. And when they threw the butler and the baker in the thing, prison, you know what I mean? His position was restored, but it's still referred to him like that because it wasn't something necessarily a bloodline with them. But even in that case, their position was still, you know what I mean? You know, this might say the butler and the baker. Right? Whereas if you're a prince, you're a prince.
Right.
Period. So that stuff about rubber band titles, I don't know where you guys get that concept, because a lot of your brothers left Ben Zakin on bad terms. Right. You know, and the ones that left on bad terms of Ben Zakin, technically, if it's such thing as that, then why you still prince this? Why you still chief that? When you left on bad terms, and when, you know, it's a difference. You say, I'm going out to start this, I'm sending out to start that. But You know, that's pretty much another story, but it's a true issue.
Right.
Even though it's another story, it's a true issue.
Right.
And the thing is, they still was princes, they still was chiefs, you know, in that respect. And a lot of them never abandoned those titles, even when they went out, most themselves.
So you were going to explain about the governor. You told
governor,
me something
yes.
about there were 3 governors from 3 different places, and explain.
Right. Well,
the captains of.
well, we had captains in BINAH later on, but just more like a military side when he was talking about the captains. He was trying to, you know, give a certain type of discipline, rigidity in our order, more so for the men. And he had young guys who you say, okay, they're not on the, you know, level to be super military and this and that, but they, you know, they very intellectual, and they from various places. We had to say governor from New York, governor, you know, from Panama, governor from Guyana, but that was the more, since we had more people come from different places and acknowledging themselves as Israelites, we didn't want, though the base of BINAH started in America, that we didn't want anybody to feel like there was less, you know, I mean, you know, less of a person in the family, in the nation, because they was born in Panama, because they was born in Guyana or Barbados or anything like that. And matter of fact, Prince Ya'akov, blessed memory, was very hard against even an inkling of that kind of thought pattern.
Right.
So that's why, you know, give guys, and it was more like administrative degree, supposed to try to get things organized, try to see if you could organize within your bracket,
right,
more people and help and assist. Now, Chief Eleazar, on the other hand, was also from Panama, and he's the only Panamanian I knew, other than one of my early teachers, was Chief Barak, who was a Levite, excellent in Hebrew, excellent teacher. But he had moved on, had a lot of different talents. But since him, it was Chief Eleazar.
Right.
And Chief Eleazar came in, I think, around maybe 71.
Okay.
Under Chief Kime, which I'm going to get back to in a minute. And when he was made finally acknowledged as a chief, he had a lot of people coming in from Panama. And so to make them feel more comfortable, that he was supposed to be over or like a liaison from everybody that came from that area of Panama.
Right.
Simply because he was in earlier, he had seniority on everybody else, and he was basically a motivating factor for bringing a lot of them guys in.
Okay.
And so he was, you know, and that's actually his status that was, you know, told to him. And I joke with him every now and then about it, but he actually was supposed to be over them guys, no matter whether it was chief or prince. And I'm saying over them in a sense, as far as a guidance counselor, not authoritative. You know, a guiding counselor, and that's basically what it is. 1,000, he had the captains of 1,000,
right,
and that's basically the highest thing we had under princes and chiefs. All right. Now,
did you have a captain of 1,000s there?
Yeah. Chief. Well, now Chief Captain Meshulam, but it basically was Captain Meshulam was captain. He was the first captain. It was another matter of fact. It was Ishmael that passed, the Ishmael, who we acknowledged as the chief later on.
Right.
Meshulam, who was the captain of 1,000.
Right.
And we acknowledged as the chief, you know, today, you know, from later. And you have Captain Ephraim. All those was directly from Prince Ya'akov himself. All you know, those are the original 3.
Right.
You know, from Prince Ya'akov himself.
Right.
Outside of that, we didn't have pretty much any other titles. So we didn't mess with rabbis. We didn't ever make anybody rabbis. We didn't make anyone Kohanim. We didn't do anything like that. We just basically stuck with that, and a lot of people looked at it. Nobody wanted those titles, so it was just us. And now it became so popular and so haphazardly thrown around So I try to solidify a certain ruling about it just in 2014. And at that meeting was the now Chief Prince Jeriel, the Chief Prince of Poor, Chief Prince Issachar, Prince Michael, and myself. And we wrote up some guidelines. Now, anybody that was supposed to be acknowledged was supposed to be acknowledged by those who are still left, that was actually acknowledged by Prince Yaakov himself. And there's quite a few of us that's still left, that's still active in some form. And I talk with a lot of brothers in state, out of state, but not just on the phone too. I visit a lot, especially in Chicago, you know, and
So you pretty much get around the community.
Oh, very. Actually, one of the things that persons just say about a chief man, that if you can't travel, you know, you really don't, really qualify much of a chief man if you can't really get up and go.
Did he encourage you guys to travel?
All the time. Matter of fact, everybody I know, for us founders of different congregations, you know, major leaders, it's only through Prince first, and that's how I kept the relationship open. So I had the pleasure of knowing Rabbi Levi ben Levi firsthand, never being a student of those places, just know him firsthand.
Through
Prince Yaakov, right?
Wow.
You know.
So he visited black, what we call quote unquote black Jewish places.
Oh yeah. That's the only reason I know him. I would have never knew that they existed, basically, because they didn't dress in any kind of culture or anything like that.
Wow.
So far as I would know him, but just a guy dressed up with a suit going to church or something.
The way we was made believe is like y'all didn't even have contact with those brothers from what we call black Jews.
That's why I'm still real close to Rabbi Shlomo's family, because I know the father well, from way back then. And Beit Shalom actually was formulated with some people that left from BINAH Zakim going over there when they got there in Willoughby.
Yeah, who were some of those people? Yeah.
Well, Tariel's over there in the early years. Carlila, she started going over there, but she wasn't, originally first going over there because she was too young. She was too young when they was formulating that spot. I was real young.
Right.
So she was too young to really get started up, over there strong. You had people like Yabez, who actually was BINAH Zakim, who was also chief brother.
Right.
That's over there.
Right.
And yeah, people are.
You mean Chief of Chiefs Joshua, right?
Yeah, Chief of Chief, the original Chief of Chief brother.
Right.
Let's go over there. That's from BINAH Zakim, and they call him Gabay Yabez.
Okay.
All right. And he's from BINAH Zakim too, as well.
Okay.
All right. So you have a couple other sisters and stuff like that. I can't remember all the people now because it's so far back from when Rabbi Levi had the storefront and he was asking for donations to get your name on the plaque to go to the spot right there in Willoughby where he was at.
Right.
So and I was there when he was asking for that one shop, because you could visit where you wanted. So Prince never was worried about people visiting, because he brought you there and he sat in there for a few moments. Then we get up and leave. In the early days, so that you could see the style of what they do. So Tabernacle Israel, where he came from, we went there. So pre-Shabbos there, we got real close, when I was a youth. Even though they had a different doctrine of New Testament and to not emerge, believing in the New Testament and Messianic.
So that's where Nasi Yaakov started when he came to New York City.
That's where he was
Tabernacle of Israel.
Right. That's where he was started fellowshipping with them. He came into New York City in knowledge of himself.
Right.
But that was the place where he was able to, be welcome and comforted. But the doctor.
I seen a picture with him with a suit on and
but that's when they started to move away. That's when him and Nabi Raphael, because Nabi Raphael family and stuff was part of that.
That's part of that, right?
Right, and the late Nabi Raphael, and that's when they moved on, formed BINAH Zakim. Matter of fact, Nabi Raphael was telling me how they formed come up with the idea in the back of his store or something like that.
Right.
Of BINAH Zakim.
Right.
And so I visited. I met Matthews. I met Pop Bibbins. Directly.
Right.
And so I was fortunate enough to meet people that was somebody way back then. So I never felt uncomfortable visiting another Israelite congregation, and I constantly visit from time to time, and keep the relationship open. But we was never told that we couldn't visit,
Right.
and we was never told what we couldn't read, except when brothers started getting into this these witchcraft books and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
Kabbalah, you know what I mean? You know, he frowned upon the Kabbalah thing, but guys was going way out the box, you know, making car mills and Amaleks and all this kind of stuff.
Right.
But we had the latitude to read a lot of stuff and study a lot of stuff. And though we taught regular out of King James Version and BINAH King, we followed only one God, God Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and that was it.
Right.
We didn't, no family tree or anything like that.
Right.
And when brothers, we used King James Version, and we studied the New Testament so we could talk about, and talk and relate to other people that's into that, the New Testament. At that time, it was more Christians than anything around, and most people didn't know Israelites exist. One of the things is that and this is what I find today, people are afraid for their members to visit or go to other congregations, then we always understood that it's never our congregation, but the congregation of the Lord. So if it's the congregation of the Lord, then it's not about you. When we talk about win friends and influence people to a better way of life and a better lifestyle, that don't necessarily mean follow me. It means follow what God wants you to follow.
That was BINAH King's motto.
Yeah, always like that. We was told, don't believe what I say. Check it out for yourself.
I remember
Most teachers always said that off the beamer when they're teaching. Said, don't take my word for it. Check it out for yourself.
Right.
It proved me wrong.
Right.
I could be wrong. I could be telling you a lie.
Right.
Know it for yourself. This is the kind of stuff that came off. And that's why we was never, in a box. Main books we have is, like I say, the Tanakh. But when brothers want to read, they just, get the right word in Hebrew. Then they would have a Masoretic text or some Hebrew book scriptures on the side, so they know the word. As from kill to murder, they will know the difference. Virgin to a widow or a young woman.
So the usage of the King James is basically to attract new people, because that was a book that they could relate to.
Exactly. That's basically what the King James was, because everybody had that. Because if you bring out another text and you got this funny writing over there, and they don't know it's Hebrew, they don't know if you're telling them that's what it is,
right?
And that's how you pronounce it.
Right.
They don't know. So now you had to prove that out of context. You got to bring it into the context of what it's talking about.
Right.
But some things they would just have to look up the word and find out.
Right.
And not just context alone.
Okay.
So those pretty much what BINAH was pushing for in those areas there when we used the King James Version, because everybody pretty much had a King James Version Bible. And plus the English in the King James Version is the best written.
Translation, right.
It's the best written, except for the mistranslated spots here and there.
Right, here and there, right.
So that's what we pretty much use. And we use the Apocrypha.
I think the Masoretic text uses the King James translation. Right?
Style.
The style translation.
Yeah,
right?
the older ones.
They make the corrections on the.
Yeah. Like basically most of the Hertz.
Right.
And stuff like that. And some of the old Smithsonian books that come out.
Right.
So, all right, those books pretty much the styles, King James English style.
Right.
We looked at the Apocrypha, which is considered out. We say outside books. We used to call it hidden books, but it's just basically outside writings. Right. And we only have that thanks to the Latin Vulgate. The Catholics kept that and preserved that, because we don't have no Hebrew copies of the Apocrypha. And those writings were not canonized. And we was told to study historically about certain things. And what I find so astonishing is that we all agreed the year the second temple was destroyed. We agree with that, basically 770 CE. We all agree with that. And we all agree that we read it in some book other than Tanakh.
Right.
Other than the Apocrypha.
Right.
You know, we read that and some other book, and we accept it wholly because it said it's a matter of record. Not even, and some will say a matter of fact and truth, but the fact of truth is based on some records outside of the Tanakh that was canonized later. Then the temple was, the Tanakh was actually canonized for us after the destruction of the temple.
Okay.
So since the temple was destroyed in 70 CE.
Right. Common era. Right.
And Christians would say AD.
Right.
And that the Tanakh itself, what we hold and guide our life by, is canonized, centuries or so later. Then the question is, are we BINAH YAH was supposed to be in a box? Or are we supposed to expand our study and our research?
Expand.
Because if it's in a box, then we got to say, well, all right, while Malachi ends in the 400 something BCE, and we're talking about something almost 500 years later.
Right.
And making it relative to us.
Right.
So we was, and that's the kind of mindset that anybody from BINAH YAH would have that really studied and became a real exponent of BINAH YAH in earnest. That we was told to go beyond our teachings. Never stay within that. Go beyond and improve and get better. And that's so each generation we used to have had this question: which is the better Israel, the one before or the one to come? It's obvious the one before got us over here, so it couldn't be that great.
Right.
The one to come got to be better.
Gotta be better.
So when you hear people talking about, I don't care, I don't care what people think about me, and I only care what God think about me. A good person, godly person, not just, and more especially a leader, should care what people think about them, but only care more what God think about them. Because if you don't care anything what a person think about you, you're not even going to try to aid or assist. Because you have no concern for them.
Right.
So you got to show concern. See, a lot of people will do, give up strong offerings to the Creator, strong praises to the Creator, and will not help an individual that's right here.
Right.
And that's, and that's really the ungodly side, and and the blind eye to what godliness is. And that's what basically is, BINAH YAH, we never claim to be ready to say super holy, but we always aspire to be that way and shoot for truth of every matter.
Right.
And that's what we need to do pretty much today.
Right.
Inspired for that. We have other things. We have some accomplishments in BINAH YAH, but we have some outstanding sisters too. I'd like to mention.
Okay.
If I forget.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Definitely.
If I forget,
the matriarchs of the place, right?
Well, matriarchs, period. Of all times.
Right.
Of all times. Because you had Princess Miriam, outstanding. Way back, her whole family, they spoke Hebrew way back then, and she's definitely a matriarch, dressed in culture, outstanding and very intelligent in the book. And her husband was in charge of BINAH YAH, Chief Khan, the late Chief Khan, for 3 years when Prince went to Chicago in '69 and then come back to New York in '72. Matter of fact, Chief Khan was actually considered the chief musician.
Oh, okay.
Because he could sing.
He could sing. Okay.
He could definitely sing.
Okay.
All right, so that's when the guys had particular,
Right.
But he also was a phenomenal teacher.
Okay.
So even though,
Dynamic, huh?
even though he was, supposed to be the chief musician, chief singer, he actually was an excellent teacher. And a hard teacher. But most people in BINAH YAH was hard teachers. So I guess that come with the territory, because most people is real strong, hard,
I guess that's where
teaching.
some of us get it from.
But they was very hard teachers.
Pass it down.
Yeah, they were very hard teachers. but you know, he held BINAH YAH together when Prince was out of town for 3 years, which was a big job because,
right.
you know, and
It's not easy.
and then you had a lot of people nowadays that get this phobia, and I was speaking about history earlier, about Jewish stuff. This is Jewish, that's
Yeah, I
Jewish.
wanted to ask you that because that's a pressing question that's out there. Are you Jewish? Do you consider yourself Jewish? And did you sell yourself over to the state of Israel?
Well, if I sold myself to the state of Israel, I sold that very cheap, very cheap, very cheap. Because my plastic didn't get any heavier. But and the serious side is this here. All right. If I say I'm Jewish, all right, what do it mean to the next individual, and what does it mean to me? That's even a better question, because we know Jewish means pertaining to the matter, but that's not the matter. Ish is a suffix meaning that it's not real.
Right.
All right. So if I say I'm Jewish, but yet my real last name is Ben Yehuda. My real last name is Ben Yehuda. Right. My kid's last name is Ben Yehuda. My grandson's last name is Ben Yehuda.
Right.
And that's what they birth certificates. They
Right.
just that when it comes to the camp, that's their name.
Right.
That's their name. You know?
Not Williams, Jones.
None of that kind of stuff.
Right.
So now, in Jewish and practice, you know, it's okay. You say I'm Jewish in practice, no problem. You say I'm Jewish, I'm that. I call myself an Israelite. That's what I am. An Israelite first by seed and blood. How I practice something, and how gravitate to certain prayers and certain modes of worship, you might say it's Jewish. Then I might say certain things you might do might be Canaanite. You know, because we didn't start worship service. It didn't start with Israelites. Now, the word Yehudi is mentioned in Tanakh, right? More than once. And they refer to as Jew. You know, to be more precise from a Hebraic expression, Yehudi would be like a Judite. You know, that's what it'd be, a Judite. Now, Mordecai, who has a lineage enumerated in the book of Esther, calls himself a Yehudi. Now, what is he saying? Is he saying that I'm actually of the tribe of Judah, or I might be affiliate with the tribe of Judah? Because we know for a fact he's not a Judite.
Right.
The only time you find the word Israelite that I know of off the top is in Leviticus 24th chapter, and that's for male and female. And to say Israelite in Hebrew is Israeli for a male. For a female, it's Israelite for a female. So Israeli for a man, Israeli for a female. So now,
Plural.
all right.
Plural.
You don't have to worry about the plural.
Oh, okay.
All right. But because the nation, country is country.
Country's country.
Yeah.
Right?
You know, I mean, you could say it, you can make up a plural word
Right,
for it, but
right.
you know,
Right.
you know, so now, if you have that as a nation, what they call the state of Israel, they call themselves Israelites. Are they the real people or not? We say they're not. All right, a lot of the world say they're not. And most Jewish people say the original ones were black, people of color. All right, so to say that if I call myself an Israeli, I mean literally, biblically correct. Just like we say Ka'ani, which is Canaanite in the book.
Right.
Busi is a Bushite for the book. Girgashi is a Girgashite in the book. We've seen all that and read that in the book. But so now when now sold out for the state of Israel, I like to address that question. One, I'd rather support somebody that worships the same God I worship, no matter what they look like, and try to restore something that was 65% desert, and build up stuff that most of us ain't gonna try to build up over there, and hold the homeland for the most part as a core of where we could actually begin to revive right there, a place to go in the Temple Mount, and restore the land. Because we went into the land when Canaanites had it first and said we're going to go and get houses that we build not, vineyards, and olive trees which we planted not. So after Joshua and them crossed over, they were going to go in and wells that they dug not. So in other words, they had houses already.
Right.
When they came into the land, they didn't have to build them.
Right.
They didn't have to build them. Right. So now, if they had houses and stuff there, and we read in the prophecy, he that destroyed the land supposed to build it back up.
Right.
So people could take it many ways if they want to take it. But I know one thing: I'd rather support those that pray to my God, observe the same days I observe, and defend the land with all vehement life blood, like I would do if it was my land, and then say I don't want to support them because they don't look like me. By the same support that we buy the books, by the same support that we buy all these different prayer books, like Philip's prayer books, all these Hebrew books and stuff like that, and we don't own a printing thing, they say, oh, that's different. And then what's so strange is that people vote in America. They vote in America. And you know how we was treated here.
True story.
We never got beat down over there. Of late. All our problems started here. And when we came over here to this penal institution. And yet, we try to make a paradise in the land of our penal institution. So what would be more bizarre? Now, I vote in America, and and I'm concerned about how American politics run, but I'm also concerned about who's in control of our homeland while I'm not there. And if those that have the right intentions to build it up, whether they think it's only for them, at least build it up first. We'll worry about who it belongs to, but build it up. And that's my consensus on it. So supporting the state of Israel is not a hard thing for me to even decide, because any godly individual that look for a desert to bloom and somebody making it bloom, and anybody that say, well, who's living there? People that worship our God or people that do all kind of other stuff. Then, but if they become godly enough, it'd be less problems to deal with than a person that has a different ideology completely. That'd be more of a confrontation. So, as Abraham had Confederacy, fighting with him to go ahead and rescue somebody else, and that's a life-death situation. So David had Confederates rolling with him, putting their life on the line. So the thing is that when people talk about, well, where your allegiance at? I'm Israelite. Just like David was Israelite all the time. But he had people that he worked with, but he still didn't change his course of what he thought and how he rolled. All right? He also looked like an Egyptian. But what was he? Moses raised up amongst the royalty on that side. But what was he? So people, I think the jealousy is a lack of understanding about what we're all about. Because if the world's supposed to move towards this way of life, if you got people already doing this here thing in this way of life, and we say this belongs to us, all right? That this is our culture. We are the people. We wrote this down. We did this. This was our ancestors. All right. Now, because they got your shoes on, you don't want them back now because they got your shoes on.
Right.
But yet, Benny Zakin was always told to go get our stuff and bring it back. That's how we was told.
Right.
The first time, we was told to read ZCs on the regular, Prince Yalk himself on Buffalo Avenue said, some things you can learn from the Jewish people. And not only that, you hear the stories about Prince was sitting on the Hebrew Square years ago with a talib on his shoulder and a line of Jewish people standing out there and coming up one by one asking questions. You know, he didn't make the talib.
That's right.
And that's way, way back. But some of these guys even thought about coming around.
I got a picture with him with a tallis on.
Yeah. So you know. So the thing is that knowing what's ours and afraid to go get it, and then.
As far as Nasi Yaakov, when he left New York, like what year did he leave New York City finally, where he established himself in Chicago? And
that was in '69.
No, but when he left New York City after the height of Benazzaking here in New York City on Buffalo Avenue.
Like I said, he would come back and forth. He was living in Chicago, mainly.
Living in Chicago.
Yes, he was mainly living in Chicago. Once he went down in '69, you know,
he would go back
family.
And forth, back and forth.
Well, it was after '72. That's the first time after 3 years. Then he came back because, as I said earlier, Chief Kime was in charge for those 3 years.
Right.
You know, Prince Amiri husband.
What year did Nasi Yaakov pass away? Do you remember?
Not offhand. Maybe around 31. I know I was at the funeral. As a matter of fact,
81, you mean?
91. I said no.
91.
I said maybe around 91. Somewhere along there. I know I was at the funeral. And the sad part about it is that I'm the only one from New York who went down to the funeral when a lot of people knew. That's why I'm always beholden to Hakon Levy. That out of all the people I know, and I know a lot of people, and I was at work, and I come home, Issachar told me, Cohen Levy called, told me Prince died. So naturally, knowing we had like opposition, between the two congregations, I said, no, you must have meant Rabbi Levy ben Levy. I'm talking about Rabbi Shlomo's father, because we was real close. Right. And she said, no, he said his name was Cohen Levy. I said, no, Cohen Levy ain't gonna call me. He ain't even got my number. So, he said, well, that's the man said. I said, well, I'm surprised nobody called me yet. So I tried to call a couple of people, but I didn't get through. So I guess the lines was, busy, burning up. So then he called back, and when he told me it's Cohen Levy, I said, wow, my Issachar apology. And I said, I didn't believe it was you, because I know you didn't have my number. He said, no, I got it from the late rap, from Rapper Cameo. Right. And he called me, because I know him. We was, on good terms too. Certain incidents happened, but we was on, good terms. Because I remember when he used to come to BINAH as well. Okay. For Hebrew class and stuff like that. Right. So he said, said, yeah, Yaakov's my man, this and that and the other, So I said, well, I said, I'm definitely indebted to you. I really owe you a lot, And that's when we started talking about, how they're, pals and stuff like that, right. And people just didn't really understand. Right. I said, well, and he introduced me to Cohen Adib. He'd say he'd be down there in Chicago running the funeral, and so I said that's how I met Cohen Adib. And we gelled ever since. So just hold your thoughts. So one of Cohen Levy's students right. did Nasi Yaakov's funeral? Basically, was outlined and helped, pretty much outlined and helped it. Yes. To help, right? More so. He carried the service. Major part. He was a major part of the service. Wow. And so you were indebted to him, you told me? Yes, I was indebted to a Cohen Levy, because I said that you was the last person I actually expect to call me, and he happened to be the first, and after that, all the other calls came in from Chicago. Right. So I told the brothers that was in New York what was happening, and so they was able to get travel if they wanted, but unfortunately I was the only one to go down there from New York. My name was on the funeral thing as a remark. Yeah. Like that, right? Yes. And I think I got a copy. I know I got a copy in Florida. Right. Of it. And I saved it. But one of the things, the saddest part is that all these princes and all these chiefs that really didn't have financial difficulty and know I was going down there, wouldn't go down there at all. But yet, so they talk great about the man himself and how great he was. But I mean, the highest honor you could pay anybody, if you can, is attend him to the grave, because that's something he could never repay you for.
Right.
And but nevertheless, those people didn't do that. So and so when I met Kona D down there, and I spoke, we've been real tight ever since, very tight. And I thanks to Hakon Levy. And so when Prince Yashabel, Prince of Paul's son, had a camping outing, and I goes there to the camping thing, that Thursday, Friday, I finds out that Corn Levy had passed. And I said, what? I said, if I knew that, I would have came to this camping thing.
Right.
But I'm already there. So stayed there that weekend. Then I found out the funeral was going to be Tuesday. So I booked a flight. Matter of fact, I booked a flight Monday to leave Tuesday. Got here while the stuff was still going on the flight. I got here just in time, because by the time I got from the airport and got the bus, just right there in the Unity, it was time the funeral was starting.
Wow.
Just like that. But I said I was coming because of that, because of the call he made. And I said, ain't no way I'm gonna let a great man like that did such an honorable thing go without me at least coming up to the funeral. And I called Corner D. He did the exact same thing. Just like more like a reversal, so to speak, because when he found out, because I called him immediately when I found out.
Right.
He booked a flight from Chicago and came.
Right.
Strictly just for that.
Right.
And then Carl Michael was there. Presiding over the funeral, and basically didn't nobody was supposed to speak with the family. But I told Carl Michael, I said, look, Colin called me about Prince Jaco. That's how me and Conan D met. I said, I ain't fly all the way up here just to sit down. I would say something.
Right.
I would say something. I said, because out of respect, so that's when Carl Michael, it was kind of hard to say, okay, y'all two would be the only one to speak. Then and so it was just myself and Conan D that spoke that day.
Right.
At the funeral.
Okay.
Because we flew in, and that's how we met.
Right.
Each one of us had our leaders pass.
Right.
And so, at least he was fortunate enough to have people that covered his funeral.
Right.
Prince's funeral was more so covered by Stones, Chief Malik.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
So that's
Chief Malik locked up at that time already?
Chief Malik, he was locked up, but
he was still running things.
he still had a lot of influence, and he had a lot of respect for him.
Right.
And a lot of respect. And
so it was the Stones that basically took care of that.
Well, pretty much as far as to my knowledge, that's what I heard. Like I say, I can't say firsthand, because I
get what you're saying.
All right, but to my knowledge, that's just how it was handled. And so we really owe Chief Malik, of the Arukans, also a lot of praise for that benevolence he showed.
Wow. So is there anything else that you would like to discuss that you would like to cover?
Share. We was first to deal with a kosher program, lunch program, I think around 75.
Right.
Around, I believe, 1975. We didn't, we wasn't Jewish either, but we had the first kosher program, lunch program.
Funded by who?
By Jewish folks. And also, when we became a sponsor for kosher with Hashaba,
right.
And that's through the endeavor of Chief Joshua and Chief Obadiah, that's no longer, I see him around, from Ben Zakin. We did Hashaba was sponsors and Ben Zakin was sponsors, and collectively we was dispensing kosher lunch. And neither one of us was Jewish.
In the community.
But we was passing out the kosher Jewish lunch program, in that area. And a lot of guys were working in the warehouse under that program and stuff like that. So this is some of the things. We dealt with the gangs in the early 70s too, trying to make a neutral zone between all the gangs in Brownsville, gangs in Bed-Stuy, and stuff like that. And the house was pretty much open to a lot of, a lot of talks, and also, where they could actually enjoy themselves, right there.
Okay.
So, I think outside of that, just pretty much. Now, I said earlier I was going to speak about chief princes.
Right.
Since I already mentioned that you have a chief prince for every tribe, whatever the case is, if you got a congregation of princes and chiefs, you're gonna, by proxy, you're gonna have a chief prince. The chief prince has more authority over those other guys. He has much more responsibility concerning everybody involved.
Right.
That's a difference.
Right.
And so when people say, well, it's like chief and prince, which one is higher? Chief man is higher, prince is higher. You got Yom Shani and Yom Shalishi. Is Yom Shalishi higher than Yom Shani? It's,
just days.
It's just position.
Right, position.
It's the position of each one. It's still a day, but it's in its position.
Right.
But none outshine the other. And that's the same thing with princes and chiefs. None outshine each other. The chief prince was basically one that hadn't had the responsibility of a standardized congregation. When I used to turn crown prince, I was basically senior. Not only I mean senior, all it means is senior. Not that I have any other authority. I'm just senior, just like Caleb was senior in his time.
Right.
All right. That's all it means, is just senior. All my kids, that's males. Their middle part, down their last name is Ben Yehuda. Before that, it's Nasi. And on the same bracelet I had since 1972.
Right.
Before I changed the writing on my bracelet with the tetragrammaton and the card on there, I had it written in old Hebrew script, which is Zerishadai Nasik, which meant the crown prince or senior prince.
Right.
And who attests to it is Quasi Mori Mishael and Rabbi Baruch. And Rabbi Baruch didn't really notice it in '72, but he knew it before I changed it, because he's young, he'd be a lot younger, But Maury Michel did, and when he hadn't looked at it, he said, well, it used to be so and so, because I said, you remember way back then, huh?
Right.
Because I had this bracelet since 1972.
Wow. So if Nasi Yaakov was alive, what would he have wanted for the youth from now to be doing?
Well,
what do you think? Because you were around him much longer than
most people.
people.
Matter of fact, I was last teaching before we closed some doors there.
You were the last teacher at Ben Issachar when the door was closed?
And when we finally closed the doors down, yeah.
So you was there from 65 to when the doors were closed.
Exactly.
So you stayed loyal through the whole
thing.
Wow.
Then Hezekiah, was now the chief prince Hezekiah, and we went over to Beit Shalom. And then most people that was there went with me to Beit Shalom, and some went to Beni Adat.
Wow, you stayed there
But Chicago branch was still going. And also the last testimonial dinner that they had, I'm the only brother that went to Chicago for that.
Wow.
From New York.
Wow.
So, and that was in Chicago, and Chicago lasted longer than us. And that was the last one, the actual testimony dinner that they had, was in Chicago for Prince, which came up in June.
And what were some of the things Prince would say to you? I mean, after he knew that New York, the chapter in New York was pretty much shut down, like, did he ever say anything to you? Like,
well, the last thing that of real significant weight was when he seen that, his leadership was, kind of caused a problem. Caused a lot of damage to the Ben Issachar, pretty much in both areas. One Yom Kippur, he told me, I called on the phone and everything like that, and talked to him, and he said, tell the brothers in New York that forgive me for all the wrong I had done to them and everything like that, and I forgive them. He said, make sure you tell them. So I told that in actuality that this is what Prince said. Now, mind you, everybody left on bad terms. But Prince wanted, to make sure that he cleared himself with that area there. So, and I made sure I carried the message. And most people know I have this reputation that if I'm gonna say something, I'm gonna say it, and I'm gonna tell you what it is.
Right.
If I made a mistake, I admit I made a mistake right away. So, and if I'm gonna carry a message, I'm gonna carry a message straight.
Right.
And I told him that as such. But the sad thing is, though he made all that, it was a bit late for everything else. Nothing could change. Didn't really change from that point, except that he did admit that he was he was apologetic. He wasn't holding anything.
So, but do you think he has some? Well, him apologizing shows that he has some blame in it too. Maybe on whatever was going on. I don't know what was going on. I wasn't there.
Well, like I said, leader, greater responsibility.
Right.
So whether he say, all right, I didn't actually do this part, I'm being responsible for causing this part to go into effect.
Okay.
So
I get it. That's good. So I mean, I don't know. So in terms of now going back to positioning and who cannot make officers,
right.
princes, chiefs, according to the standard of Nasi Yaakov and what you came from under Ben King.
Well, this is a new standard we brought up.
This
the name we brought up, and I sat down and said, the brothers that pretty much was acknowledged by Prince immediately, it's enough of them. You got guys like Prince Amishadai, you got, even though they ain't active, I'm saying, I talk with them, you got guys, Prince Shamgar in Buffalo, Prince Amishadai, Prince Ari went Jewish, so he probably wouldn't, really care much either. And Prince Rubaal, he might won't care much either, but but he do respect what Ben Issachar did. Cause I
heard that personally.
I talked to her. I
did the interview with him. Yeah.
With Prince Rubaal?
Yeah, when Nasi Barak was here.
Oh, okay.
Prince Rubaal was there with him.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then you're certified.
He respects
right.
Nasi Yaakov. He.
Yes. So confirmation. That's what I'm saying. Right. So it's still enough people around. You have Prince Shamgar I mentioned. Prince Nakshan, the chief artist, Chief Shakur in New Orleans. I talk with him. Chief Ciel, who's actually a teacher too, and Ben Issachar, is in Vegas. I talk with him.
Chief Elazar.
Chief Elazar, definitely. You know what I mean? Matter of fact, I got to pay him a visit before I leave. I told him I'm not going to leave New York without paying him a visit. Right. You had a lot of guys in Chicago. You got Prince Gabe. You got Chief Shema, who's Chief Simeon's uncle. Right. You got Prince Joshua. You got Prince Shemuel. Right. And you got Prince Yehuda, whose wife happened to be, now to become a rabbi. I'm proud of her. You know what I mean? Right. So she finally made it to become a rabbi and everything like that. But he's Ben Issachar through and through. and the thing is that, like I said, it's about. And because the Ben Issachar and most of the guys I'll tell you, it's about moving forward, gaining more knowledge. That's the way we was taught in reference to that, And you got Chief Joshua that's still there. I had to talk to.
You got Chief Naphtali.
Yeah, Chief Naphtali as well. I had to throw a coin up, with my protege, Chief Prince Hezekiah, because this is how he was acknowledged. So it'd be like, debatable, I guess, amongst brothers and stuff like that. Right. Because it wasn't in person. It was when I was in Chicago, and we was going to Beit Shalom, and everybody called everybody Prince and stuff like that in Beit Shalom. But I said, I told Prince Yaakov that I only acknowledged two guys that studied under me, and that was now Chief Prince Issachar and Shlomo, who had died, yes. So so Prince said, well, if they study on you, they're good. He said, it's okay, no problem.
So he gave the confirmation.
Right. But I'm saying that's after we was already at Beit Shalom.
Right.
That's why I hesitate. But one thing I got to say, and I'm really proud of him in the sense that he got a legalized congregation, so much so that's how much I'm proud that his stuff is so legit and everything like that.
He could help other people out.
Yeah, and so he definitely Chief Prince status in that area. And he got other guys there, as princes, legit, as well. Because, as a matter of fact, when
he's very solid. That brother right there is like, he's the epitome of what an Israelite.
So I mean, and one of the things is that like the next generation of guys coming up, I mean, like I say, yourself, Chief Abdiel, Rabbi Chief Yamin,
right.
I mean, and Rabbi Chief Yamin did something that shows that we had such respect for their order that he could have went to any other theological seminary school, but he went through the route they did and got recognized under the Israelite Rabbinical Board.
Right.
And that says volumes about respect across the board.
And no one had a problem while he was going to school.
Right. You know what I mean? And
nobody said he was going Jewish.
Right. So the thing is that, just knowing that he had that kind of status, going, young guys that's coming up, Prince Nathaniel, Prince Joshua Bell in Chicago, now since they made Rob Zuridan, they acknowledge him as Prince. I call him Rob Zuridan Prince. That's about the only one I call Prince because that's the only one I heard they, went through that, the area with. Because anytime one guy do it, one man show and everything like that, try to keep it, like I said, according to the order that we said. And, and it shows that any good Israelite and any good leader want the next generation to be far better, far superior. And any leader to get nervous and shook up because a brother might study this discipline more, gravitate to this more, then it's very problematic. Because what astounds me is that you don't mind a guy learning Hebrew more than you. it's when it comes to talking the book and making other strides. That's when people start to, if you get gunshot, like, oh, now he done got in the area that I thought I was the best at. And I see those things, and it's sad. But and that's why I'm addressing those things, while I'm here as well. Benny Zakim, we never had that problem. You had individuals that might have got jealous. Not saying there was nobody that ever got jealous in there. You had individuals. But the thing was, you try to push everybody ahead. Prince was embarrassed the whole group, and nobody knew something. All y'all here, nobody got anything to say. Nobody know what's going on. And that's embarrassing now, because you talking about your elite group, and no one's happened to have an answer.
Right.
And that should never be.
Right.
So that kind of stuff. And that's why I'm always nitpicking when I come around. Right. Say what you come up with.
Right.
Tell me what you learned. Break this down.
Right.
Share something with me.
Right.
And because that way, not only you talking Torah where it becomes your everyday conversation, pretty much more so on Shabbat, but you also want the next guy to push just that hard, because it's like say, well, most of the times when we have our children, we ask them, what you learned today in school. If we do ask them that, they always say, what you learned today in school? All right. Instead of saying, what do you have to share today that I can learn from? So it should be, what do you have to share today that I can learn from? Right. As opposed to what you learned in school. So that motivates them.
Right.
And that's what we're supposed to do with the next generation.
Hallelujah. So In closing, do you want anything else to say, or?
Well, that's pretty much it. And, you know, like I said, any mistakes strictly be my own, and I mentioned enough names where people might, you know, could reach out to talk to other people. I don't know if I mentioned Princess Alita and the late Nabi Raphael's Issachar, and also the great matriarch, and Chief Counsel, the late Chief Counsel Danielle Ben Dan Issachar, Princess Tamar, who also been around a long time.
Right.
I know I mentioned Princess Rita, so that's a hop, skip, and jump, and you know, and plus, you know, her husband. Right. So, but that's pretty much what Benny Zakin was about, in a nutshell. You know, we had our good highs and our lows, and sometimes our lows, though our lows went, you know, closest as an immediate congregation. I like to lead with this here, that there's some people that set up with Benny Zakin, even though their name didn't go on the thing in Beit Shalom, they're still there. Also in Chicago, the majority of the people in Beit Shalom, Benny Zakin, Ethiopian Hebrew congregation,
right,
a lot of them was from Benny Zakin from Chicago branch. And also they have still a small sect in I think Maryland, Baltimore. They call themselves Benny Zakin. And that's also a combination of Benny Zakin as
Brother
well.
Aish is from the original Benny Zakin?
Brother Enoch.
Enoch.
Prince Enoch. It was Prince Enoch.
Because there's a brother named Aish right now.
Yeah. But Aish was there. But it was Prince Sodiel and Prince Enoch. And when Prince Enoch moved down there.
Right. No Prince Sodiel.
Okay, so that's it. You know. So that's the branch, and they still holding the name. But a lot of people may not know the history of Benny Zakin, or pretty much the standards, or what we basically was about. Strong.
Right. Okay. Torah Nasik, for this moment and whatever we might have missed, you still up here for a little bit more time we could cover.
Oh yeah, I'll be here to at least past the weekend. So the following Monday, whatever the date is. So
right.
Most of the you know, and a happy Hanukkah for those that's observing right. Hanukkah, because, and that's a good thing, a good period as well, because you have Israelites fighting the same enemy for a different reason.
Okay.
And if you're going to talk about reform movement, that's a strong part of reform movement, right. Where people want to become actual citizens and to do what everybody else do.
Right.
And try to blend in and make it fit in. So it's very interesting, saga in history. You won't find it in Tanakh now.
Right.
165, 168 circa, BCE.
Right.
but the temple's still standing. Right. Since we agree later on that's,
right.
70 CE. So that historical data and stuff like that, and I'm sure those that might listen to Chief Uziel that speaks on it and different ones, you're gonna get a lot of insight and a lot of political things that's going on as well, because Rome didn't come in uninvited.
Right.
But that said, Shalom Aleichem.
Is it lawful to hate an Israelite even if you have every reason to dislike him?
You know what? You're told in Torah never to bear a grudge. Now, a grudge is not even on the level of hate, and you're told not to hate your brother in your heart. All right. So now, both of those, grudges and hating your brother in your heart, that's something you can't not even see. And one of the stories dealing with while you're shared, it says the brothers hated Joseph for all the dreams, but Joseph couldn't see it. He couldn't see that. But yet, what was so strange that he's seen the dismal facial expressions of the butler and the baker in a place where everybody supposed to have dismal expressions. And see that this was more unique amongst them than anybody else in the ward,
right,
including himself. So the thing is that even though his brothers hated him, they never ever said they hated him. It's the writer describing how they felt. So that's what makes it much more difficult, because they never say, we just hate you. Now, it is discussed about, killing. They did discuss that, but not 100% everybody, because some people be silent on the issue. That means you agree with the issue.
Right.
Right. So hating a brother, first of all, that's poor leadership. That's number one. Very poor leadership. And not only that, it's whether you're a leader or, a civilian, a layman, it's ungodly, period. Because if you can't see the image of God in your next human being, male or female, then you won't see no kind of godliness even in yourself.
Is it a fair assessment to say that many Israelites follow the same rabbinic traditions they criticize?
Well, a lot of them does, and they're not really talking about, like a Dom Alam. That started by I forgot the guy's name. I think Shimon ben even somebody. But that's a late prayer that's so popular amongst a lot of Israelite communities today, and that's centuries later, around the Middle Ages. A Dom Alam. All right, and there's a lot of prayers, that they do. Now, the Shemona Esrei prayer that most congregations do and say, which is, in other words, sometimes they may call it, the 18 blessings, or either the Amidah, which means the standing prayer. They date that back to a Rab in Babylon. And it said a Rab in Babylon. And I forget the year offhand, because, I just, when people ask talk about this Jewish or that's Jewish, and then you say, well, we need to look up where this come from and where that come from. Because a lot of times, now, only things, we consider, antiquity in the prayer books is the Psalms.
Right.
All right. Prophecy. All right. Certain laws, certain sacrificial things. All right. The way it's styled and laid up is different. We know in Tanakh, we only find a particular formula for the lack of a better term, you might say a prayer. When we bring up a first fruit and say my father was a wandering, Aramean, a formula. But you find when the priest confessed the sins of the people, confession. But I'm sure somebody if they watched it might, if they prove me wrong, I don't mind being wrong. But I never read where it said God ever told you to pray. In the Tanakh. I never read that. Now, do that mean you don't pray? It don't mean you don't pray, but you don't read where it said, God tell you, to pray, that I can recall myself. And also, there's nowhere in the Tanakh where God ever tell you, the Creator ever tell you to forgive anybody. Nowhere. People say we're not supposed to bear a grudge. All right. But did the Creator ever tell you to take a loss?
No.
All right. But it's not wrong with taking a loss.
Right.
It's nothing wrong with forgiving a brother.
Right.
But it is never ordered by the Creator to you. So then where these concepts come up?
Right.
Where you get them from?
Right.
And I know in the New Testament it tell you to forgive.
Right.
You saying you're taking it from there? That's where you get it from?
Mm.
Or you saying common sense? Common sense. So now you're reading off the script instead of saying this is actually the script. So when people, say they just go strictly book, then what happens to the controversy that should be in your days? That means you done left the script.
How to make a decision.
All right.
So, it seems like a lot of Israelites are afraid of the word Jew or Jewish, right? It seems like there is a controversy, a phobia of the word. Can you explain the etymology of the word and where? Because in the Tanakh you find the word Jew.
Exactly.
Can you explain to us exactly what's the meaning of it and who was called that, and why do we find it in the Tanakh, in the Holy Scriptures? And how do you say it in Hebrew, and how do they say it in Hebrew?
Okay, one of the things is that Yehudi is what they refer to. And sometimes I say Judite, you know what I mean? And but it means a Jew. And what's funny, my counterparts in Chicago say Yid, which is more, and when we say Yehudi, that's saying I am a Jew too. It could mean also I am a Jew. And you find it in the Tanakh, a couple of places. I think in Jeremiah and also in Esther. Now, one of the unique things is that Mordecai, who lineage is given, referred to himself as Yehudi.
And why is that?
You know what I mean? Because now it became a generalization that he relate to the southern kingdom as being part of that. But yet he was not that. We know for a fact that he's a Benjamite. And he gave his lineage and his father's background. But he referred to himself as that because he said, my allegiance is to what the tribe of Yehuda is supposed to stand for in that area and respecting it. When we deal with like people say, well, the people in Israel call themselves Israelis, but they say, B'nai Yisrael is what we are.
Right.
You find the word Israelite in the book of Leviticus, the 24th chapter, I think, and it calls, and it uses the word Yisraeli for a man, Ish Yisraeli, and for a female, Yisraelite, with a thought at the end. And that's in the matter when a son of an Egyptian, an Israelite woman, strolled with a man of Israel. And that's, I think, the only spot I can find off the top of my head that you find the term Israelite there, written straight out, and Israelite woman, and the feminine part for the Israelite woman, written straight there in Leviticus.
So the proper way to say this, Israeli for...
No, Yisraeli.
Yisraeli.
For man.
For man.
Yisraelite, with a thought at the end, that's the feminine.
So
and that's straight up in Tanakh and Leviticus, Vayikra.
So actually the term that they use in
Israel, they call themselves Israelites. Bottom line, they call themselves Israelites. And just like we say Busi for a Busite, and Ka'ani for a Canaanite, that's the way it is in scriptures. And we say, well, we don't have to like it, you know what I mean? But we can't negate the truth, and then talk about we're gonna be godly. So I didn't write it, and none of the people today write it, and we say we hold to that, and that's and see, if there had been anyway, maybe Deuteronomy, you might say, oh, okay, this is Moses' view,
right?
But you find thus spoke the Lord throughout the other 4 books, and not that much in the book of Deuteronomy, and we accept the whole 5 as being the more stronger, imposing upon us, and because Torah is actually instructions. But the Chumash, and that's why the Creator Himself said, told Joshua, follow the Torah Moshe.
Right.
And he said, well, that's another issue though. But I'm saying why? I say follow the Torah Moshe. So if it's written in the book, and I gave people pretty much the section of the book, I wasn't sure the exact verse.
Right.
But Leviticus around, I think, 24th chapter, when the incidents when the son of an Israelitish woman, an Egyptian, the son of an Israelitish woman, blasphemed the name of God when he strove against a man of Israel. He strove against a man of Israel and blasphemed the name of God.
And in the word Jewish, what is your interpretation of that?
Well, Jewish, I always play with it in the English vernacular. I play with it in the sense that, ish is a suffix pertaining to the matter, but it's not the matter, but it becomes the whole matter to the problem. Because you're saying that you're not a Jew. So, but that means you pertain to a Jew, like girlish. You're not a girl, but you're acting girlish, or you're mannish. You're not a man, but you're acting like a man. So the thing is that you're already saying you're not actually what that is. So when people say you're Jewish, and then if they want to They say, well, you're dealing with semantics. I said, before we deal with semantics, let's deal with what it means. And then, how it's used. And then when you're talking how it's used, was it the original usage or a modern usage? That's when you're talking semantics. A speculative study of a language and its historical change.
And did that breakdown come from Ben Issachar?
As far as I know, that's far as, you know,
That's where you studied. Yeah. So somebody else might have been saying it, but you don't know if they were saying it or breaking it down in that manner.
Actually, that's the way I used to use it too.
That's the way you used to use it. Okay.
Yeah, and you know, we just say Jewish means you pertain to the matter, but you know, I mean, but you're not Jewish. You know, and I just add the rest of the stuff, but that's just quoting.
Hallelujah. Blessed be the Most High God, creator of heaven and earth. We always give glory to his name. I'm here once again doing one of my many interviews, but this time is with a brother who I've known for years, communicated with, and just known him for many years. And when I did my interview with Corn Shake Me, I believe he told me that this brother right here would be a good source of for an interview as far as the history of the drumming in Yisrael. He told me, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Cohen Shake Me was the one that told me to contact you and to speak to you. We haven't been able to do it because, of course, he lives way in another state, and he doesn't often come over to New York City. But now with technology and the pandemic, we found ways to kind of make it happen. So I'm speaking about none other than my brother Cohen Zadok Benjamin. How are you, my brother?
Torah, yeah, I'm doing well. How are you, Chief? All
I'm
praises to the Most High.
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I'm glad to see and know that you're doing well. It's been a long time, but hey, we need to get this history down, and I like to get history down. I like to get it from the horse's mouth. I like to get it from the people that were there, rather than second and third hand information. Why not go to the sources while they're here, and they could explain it to you better than anyone else that would attempt to try to give you some information that might be misconstrued or something that might not be correct. So, in lieu of everything that's happening, we see a lot of drummers, we see a lot of stuff that's going on. Cohen, um can you please give me a history of the drumming and what you remember from starting from Hashaba Yisrael, from the earliest inception of things that you remember?
Wow. First, I want to give honor and praise unto Yah Yahuwah, the creator of heaven and earth, our creator, our sustainer, provider, protector for all that he does. Without him, there is no us. Uh, that's a mouthful. That question is loaded. So I'll go back as far as I can remember. My mother, Gaveret Yael Yabat Lewi, came into the knowledge of herself as a Hebrew Israelite. Hashab Yisrael was residing on 539. So I was about 2 years of age when she came into the knowledge of herself. And so when I got to Hashaba, they were already playing the drums. My foundation in the drums is my Uncle Ronald, also via Prince Ipur, who is one of my all-time favorite drummers. But when I got to Hashaba, I believe they were just beginning into the drumming. And at that time, the drummers that I recall who were there were none other than Prince Ipur, Adon Shemuel ben Yehuda, Adon Amram, Adon Tobiah, Adon Reuben ben Boaz, Adon Yashadai ben Naphtali, Adon Micaiah, Adon Notari ben Yehuda, and Mori Hoshea. But I remember Mori Hoshea playing off and on, but the major group was all those primary men outside of Mori Hoshea. Mori Hoshea was an instrumental drummer in Hashaba's history, but as far as what we call the old Hashaba or the original Hashaba drummers, he started with them, but I think he kind of branched off and began doing some other work.
Okay. So that being your earliest memories, how was it coming into a Shabbat day? I mean, being a child, I guess at this time, 3, 4, 5 years old, when you start to remember really things and things start sticking to you. Like what were the things that you remembered? How was the sound in that time? Like when you come into the Knesset, like how was it? Like just paint a picture of what you remember.
Well, I lived in Flatbush, and so I took the 12 bus from Flatbush all the way to East New York. And the
Okay.
bus was 4 blocks away. I believe the 12 bus stopped on Van Sicklen and Liberty Avenue, which was 4 blocks away.
Right.
You could hear the drums. You could hear the drums from that bus station. That's how incredibly the sound was that traveled in East New York.
Right.
And the closer and closer you got to the temple, you were running. Number one, you didn't want to be late at Hashaba. Hashaba was a Levite, so there were certain protocols that we had that once the Torah was open and the Torah reading began, you were late.
Right.
Matter of fact, as soon as they started the services, you were late because most times in those days it was standing room only. That's what I remember as a child. And there was 3 different parts of the temple. And so the priests and Levites were centered not in the middle, but they were the focal point. So you can get the sisters looking at the priesthood from one direction and the brotherhood looking at them from another direction. And then there was the children's side. And so we would hear the services through the speaker. We never saw Cohen Levy, we never saw Don Bakwa, the reader, or Cohen Mikhail, whoever the teacher was, or the speaker, the Maftir. We never saw them. We heard them through the speaker. So it was like a movie going on in the speaker, but we never got an opportunity to see them.
Right.
When we started getting old enough and we were able to like go and play the drums, we got called by Principal and the other chief drummers to come and play it at a certain segment. Then we got to see the whole camp, so to speak. And so those are the key things that I remember: running to get to the camp on time because you didn't want to miss anything, and those drums was calling you from all 4 corners of wherever you were coming from.
So just being around that age, 4 or 5, whatever it is, what was the penalty for a child who just went up on the drum and started playing?
Oh, that was the maca. You couldn't do that, and most times you at that time you really couldn't go onto the adult side of the building without permission. You know what I'm saying? And you couldn't get as far as the drummers unless Principal called you, or you ask somebody, hey, could you go and ask them, could I play?
Right.
Because they were so close to the priesthood that the priests at that time were trying to stay ritually clean. And so even the drummers at that time had to be in the same state of mind, so you couldn't get but so far. You really got close to the drummers when they came outside to play, or when we went to Prospect Park or Rockland State Park. That's when you really got to be really close to the drummers, and you just wanted to hold on to their drum. You didn't play nothing. You just wanted to hold on to the drum, and you were really, for me, I was intaking everything that I heard.
So, and just for historical sake, so that we know, and I know that Cohen Shape was there. He's a couple of years younger than you, about 2 or 3 years younger than you. Do you remember like some of the songs and some of the beats that core of brothers, those drummers created? Are there some of the same beats that we still play today? Some of the same songs?
Absolutely. Hallelujah is one of my favorite. That chant, we call them chants. That chant will be an everlasting chant. But Hallelujah was one. Some of the other sequences, we made names for them a little later. And so when you have your smooth, I call it smooth jazz tempo sequence, boom, 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 doom, 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 doom. When you have that,
what we call the jam today.
We call that the jam, right? That didn't get coined until Ashriel, my era in Ashriel's time. Ashriel being Cohen Levy. But those guys made Where There's Peace, There's Love, Famous, Can You Tell the Truth Today? All of those songs that, we rock today, that was some 40-something, 50 years ago when they were created. And you got to remember, from my knowledge, Principal is the root of that. And Principal, to me, how I categorize it is he played funk drums, F-U-N-K drums.
Right.
And so it was a combination of Afro-Cuban conga with the music of their day and times, the late 60s, early 70s. And Prince Support could make a drum sing.
Right.
He could make a drum sing. When you can make a drum sing,
Yeah.
it's like if you know Giovanni Hilgado, he
Yeah.
makes drums sing, you know?
Right.
And so there were certain people for me that were key that made the drum sing, but it wasn't just Prince Support. Prince Support was a part of a greater institution, and that institution was the drummers. And so every one of them played a vital role. Some of them only played their one and only drum, and there were others who were versatile and can play all of the drums.
Okay.
And so that sound, even to today, if you hear it and you let other people from other cultures, whether you say Cuban, Puerto Rican, Brazilian, Nigerian, Ghanaian, Zimbabwean, any drummer that's out there, when they hear the Hashaba sound, the Hashaba sound is unique.
Is unique. Okay. Yeah, because in speaking to knowing a little bit of the history that Prince Support told me of how he learned, I think he was living in the Bushwick section of Brooklyn when he was younger, and his landlord had a salsa band, right? And they used to practice, and him and the landlord, if I'm not mistaken, it was either Pacheco, I think, was their name, was the last name. The brother's name was Pacheco, and their father had a salsa band basically in the basement, and they would hear them play. Say he would hear them play, and then when the adults weren't there, they would go down there and
Right.
start messing around, and that's how he learned how to hit them drums, and how to, when he came to Hashaba, basically bring it with him to Hashaba Yisrael. So, and then he told me like certain beats. He told me like the Where There's Peace beat. He got the beat from the Foundation. If you ever hear, well, you know it because the way the Runners play. He said he got it from Mary Wells, You Beat Me to the Punch. He said he got the conga from, and if you listen to it, you can hear the boop boop bop doom doom boop bop doom
Right.
doom doom doom. You can hear it in the song. So he said he got it. He got that pattern from there, and the other stuff he never really like said who created what, who created this, but I know that there were other drummers there.
I think it was
Yeah.
a combination of them because there were a few of them that came from drum corps.
Right.
And so Mikai was one of them that I know.
Right. Explain. He did tell me that from the bugle corps. Right. He told me that. The
Right.
bugle corps.
And so they brought in certain stuff, and that was the beauty of Hashaba with how Cohen Levy arranged the songs. They brought in music and they practiced to make it what it was. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So in terms of because you brought up practice, Allen Iverson, practice. This ain't the game. We talk about practice. How instrumental is practice, or was practice to those guys? Do you remember any practice sessions or what they did back then in order to get good? Because I can't imagine that everybody was just like a drummer. I know how it works, kind of like drummers are made sometimes. You bring it, somebody comes along new, then they begin to feel it. I can't imagine that everybody just knew how to play drums. Was there like a practice regimen or something that they did? Do you remember that?
Okay. And to kind of answer your question and move into that question you asked is, one, everyone's not a drummer. There were some people that liked to drum, but they knew that wasn't their thing on a regular basis.
Right.
And so you had even Nasi Barak. Nasi Barak played the drums,
Right.
but I don't remember him being a part of the crew playing on Shalom. Cohen Levy liked to play the drums, but Cohen Levy played his role. You know what I'm saying? So the guys who were there on a day-to-day basis practicing, I remember the practices because at the time, I lived in a building tenement that was owned by Hashab Yisrael called Makanayim. And one flight up above me was Prince Support. and they practiced at his house, usually on Yom Rishon, and it could be multiple times during the week. And that's how they got better. And so I would get called up to his apartment because I live right there in the building. Me and another one of my friends whose name is Omar, his mother's Gavedi Mania. We would go to the apartment and just, we would play with them, and they would teach us little things here and there. But yeah, it was pretty intense. They would hash it out. As a child, I couldn't tell you all the things that they went through.
The details, right?
But I know that they had to hash it out, and they sometimes could be there for hours. So it wasn't just like, okay, we practiced for an hour and then we going home. It would be for hours, and wasn't just congas. It was vocals. It was other instruments that had to be incorporated into the band at the time.
Right. Yeah. Explain that a little, because today we kind of just do congas, but back then, what were the other instruments that were part of the band? Like what were the other instruments, and who were the players of those instruments?
Well, you had the trumpet, which was played by Adon Tovia Ben Lewi, and you had the saxophone, which was played by Adon Reuben Ben Boaz. He's the brother of Prince Yiftach.
Right.
Then you had some people playing the flute on different occasions. Then you had Gaveret CHOKMAH, who used to play the chimes. They were little cymbals she used to play on her thumbs and her middle fingers. Right. So there were a lot of different instruments. You might not have seen them or heard them on the Shabbat day, but there were other instruments that were being played. They might not also have been played at some of the concerts or shows that was given. However, it was a part of, bringing all the musical instruments together. And I say other instruments tighten up the conga ear because you learn how to play with other instruments and not just pound on the skin.
Okay. So just moving off a little bit off the drums, what about Kolot Yisrael?
It's another powerful group. Gaveret Orah, Gaveret Besima, Gaveret CHOKMAH, and at one time Gaveret Basheba Bat Yehuda. They were all together, but most notably, who I remember was the three: Gaveret Orah, Gaveret CHOKMAH, Gaveret Besima. And those ladies could blow. I'm sure Gaveret Orah is still blowing today. Powerful, powerful voices, and they were the famous people within the circle, because when I was coming up, we were homeschooled in a school called the Israelite Institute. We didn't go to public institutions, so everything for us was centered around the community. And so Gaveret Orah and that group, and then you had another group. I don't know what their Hebrew name was, but they called them the Johnson Boys, and that was Adon Baruch, Adon Yosef, and Adon Shema. They come from a family of singers, and they were powerful. Mori Hoshea was another notable one. He took some of the youth, and had them singing Ariel, Kasida, Hayafa, Sablanu. It was a crew of them. Primarily after the Hashaba drummers migrated to Guyana, South America. But Hashaba, amongst a lot of different Israelite groups, has some powerhouse musicians and singers.
So now, about what time now, I know that the group didn't stay together. Certain people began to leave. I know that Prince Paul left at one time, and other things began to happen, that people began to leave, and the band went. I guess it dwindled. What happened in that period of time when the dwindling of the band began to happen, and who started taking over as the adults started to leave, or they weren't there anymore?
It's a wonderful question. When they had made a decision, the leadership had made a decision for certain people to leave Hashab Yisrael in Brooklyn and end up go to South America, the drummers went. And so that pretty much left 539 without any drummers.
Right.
Maury Hoshea purchased some drums. I remember these drums. They didn't have tuning lugs. It was just a skin that had thumbtacks around the edges of it.
I remember those drums.
And
You
would take sterno fuel, you would heat up a little can of fuel, and you would turn them upside down, and you would have to turn in a circle in order for the note, the key, to go higher and higher. But as you beat the drum, it would go low and low.
Right.
And so him and Adon Mishadet Naaman, a lot of people may not remember, but Mishadet Naaman was a drummer with Maury Hoshea and the crew after that. So the crew after that was Maury Hoshea, Adon Naaman, myself, Omar ben Gavedi Mania, Ashriel ben Cohen Levy, Abshalom ben Nasi Barak, Yekesquiel, Kakam, Kashum ben Gavero Ra. That was the next crew right after the original drummers left and went to Guyana. And that was a whole nother sound. We tried to emulate what they did, but it was entirely different and too fast. Those brothers had a style that was even keeled, where the elders, the men, the women, the children appreciated the music that was coming out. The next crew, all of us were young kids. We just wanted to get out there and do our thing. We was boom, 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 boom. You know, and the elders couldn't keep up. They were sitting down like, wow, you know, it was another sound.
Right.
I remember it. It was another sound. And we tried to replicate the sound that those brothers created, but it was another sound. It wasn't the same. I'm just being honest.
That's a nice way to say we weren't good.
It wasn't the same. I mean, the drums, you got to remember, the bass drums were all on stands with the original crew.
Right.
The next crew, all the drums were on the floor. We didn't have any stands. And we were just trying, and we had a lot of young people. And so we geared the music towards the young people, and we kind of lost the adults. You know, we lost the elders. And so it was different. That's all I can tell you. It was when you hear the sound, and there are tapes out there, when you hear the sound from the original drummers to the next crew, it was like when the drummers left, I was probably 8 years of age, 7 or 8 years of age.
Right.
And now I'm the new drummer. You know what I mean? So I don't know nothing about no tempo, and I just know how to get on there and make a bunch of sounds.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And my crew knows the same thing. And so it was just entirely too fast. It wasn't noisy. It was just too fast. And so the sound was lost. And once those drummers, we all disbanded in the early 80s, and Hashaba had closed its doors. The original Hashaba had closed its doors. The sound was lost for a little while.
So at what point, the next question, because someone had to be able to retain the sound or remember it and keep it in mind, because if Hashaba closed his doors, I guess people went their separate ways, but at some point, someone brought it back. Can you explain that process to me?
Sure. Most notably, Ashriel ben Cohen Levy, from my early teenage years, he was the closest person I could remember. We remember the sound that was there in the beginning. And I, and Cohen CHOKMAH, we all lived in Queens at the time, and we would go between each other's homes and practice. Again, the sound wasn't there because now the sound is gone. It's gone to Guyana. We didn't have anything to go off of. In 1988, Asriel Ben Cohen Levy made transition. And that was very detrimental in the whole entire Israelite community. He was loved, well-respected son of Cohen Levy. And I remember going to Cohen Levy's house in Queens and Cohen Sheikh just finding all these tapes. And then he was like, listen to this one. And we put it in a little tape recorder. Now, I know a lot of our children may not know what a tape recorder is.
Right.
But it was an instrument to record voice, sound, so on and so forth. And it was, you had a little tape deck or tape box, and you would put the tape in and you could record that way, and you can play it back over and over again. Sometimes you play it so much it'll pop, and then you got to tape it back together. However, we listened to these tapes from, and Asriel made transition in 1988. We're listening to tapes from 1975. 1976, 1974. And we're not only hearing the messages that are being given, but we hear the sound of the drums. We hear the sound of the singing, you know. That was a very, very vital vein that pretty much got revived in my heart and in Cohen Sheikh's heart.
Right.
And it used to be me, Sheikh, and Ash practicing, and over time, you know, Kwetmiel, his family was coming to Cohen Mikhail's mother's house in the 80s for Shabbat service, so he ended up coming to Queens, practicing up with us. My cousin Issachar eventually started coming back around, and he started coming to Queens and practicing. And of course, the rest of the drummers are Cohen Levy's sons or grandsons. And so, you know, we had to weed out who was a good drummer. Some of them weeded themselves out because they was like, I'm not dealing with that. I'm just an occasional drummer. And so it went from 3 and then to 2, where Cohen Sheikh and I would take a Yom Rishon and go to each other's houses and rehearse, to increase to 4, 5, 7, and 2 females. A lot of people don't know this, but Kokavia was the original and still is the original tambourine player. But a lot of people don't know that a Keturah, David, which is Chief Naftali's sister, she was our original singer, backup female singer. So she was originally a part of the Hashaba, the revival of the Hashaba drummers in the late 80s. So that's how it shifted from the Hashaba drummers, the originals, and then went to the next generation, still on 539 Belmont, but some years had passed. I want to say a good 8 to 10 years. And then we just, you know, we started hearing these music from different tapes. I remember the tapes because my father was the chief recorder. My father was the chief recorder. He was Seren Nathaniel Ben Binyamin. He was the recorder. He's right behind Cohen Levy. And so I heard those tapes, you know, on a weekly basis. But when Cohen Sheikh pulled them out and you would hear the different messages, but also the music behind it, it was very instrumental, and it touched our hearts. And it was like, in honor of Asriel, we was going to keep the music of Shabbat Yisrael alive.
So we talking late 80s, 88, 89. At what point did you say you started to get drummers? People started coming in. People started weeding themselves out. You mentioned yourself and Cohen Sheikh, but can you mention, this is for historical purposes, so can you just mention who were some of the drummers that when you guys revived the Hashaba Yisrael drummers, who were some of those drummers that were there? And you mentioned Kwetmiel also.
Absolutely. Well, when we first started out, it started just Cohen and I, and then when I transitioned from worshiping at Ben Yadat back to Hashaba in Queens at Cohen Mikhail's mother's house, it started out 3 of us, myself, Cohen Sheikh, and Kwetmiel. And then it branched off to my cousin Issachar. Issachar didn't want to just sing anymore. He wanted to play the drums. And so
Right.
the best thing to do with him was he couldn't play all the drums at the time. He wasn't versatile like that. He could hold the bass beat. So we put him on the bass. Shemaiah was another. Shemaiah ben Mori Hoshea was another drummer. He was from his youth a part of the drum crew. We alternated between him and Cohen Levy's other son, Rockleah. Rockleah would like to play, but then Rockleah sometimes he was like he didn't want to play, and
Right.
so we found out that Natia not only could sing, but Natia knew how to play the drums. So we brought Natia on. Meanwhile, we started out with like 3-4 drums. So in order to accommodate more drummers, because our minds was thinking about the original drummers, how many drums did they have?
Right.
We wanted to emulate them, and so we needed more drummers. So we had to figure out a way how we were going to pay for more drums. So we started selling incense and oils after Shabbat, and the more money we made, then we started recruiting more drummers because we needed more drummers to fill those seats.
Right.
Chief Mekubaja, Erania, and Old Tanu, they were very young at that time, maybe 7, 8 years old, I believe Meku might have been. And so they weren't drumming quite yet. So at that time, and I want to say 1989, it was myself, Cohen CHOKMAH, my cousin Issachar, Akwet Miel, Natia, Shemaiah, and Rockleah. By the time we transitioned to Linden Boulevard, which was about 1990, we added Otanu, Chief Mekubaja, and More Erania.
Okay.
And that was the core at that time.
How were practices at that time?
But I was on them. One of the reasons why more so coming from my uncle, but I watched it in the Hashaba drummers was practice make perfect. My uncle would leave me in his apartment, tell me what he wanted me to do, but he would leave his wolf dog in the bathroom. And that I couldn't stand dogs.
Right.
And so it would frighten me to make sure I did everything he told me. So I had to roll. I had to constantly do my rudiments. Everything he told me I needed to do, I had to do that. And so when we came along, I knew, and this was a conversation Cohen Levy had with me, being a Misharate at the time. He told me, he said, y'all are up here with us, so y'all got to make us look good. And I took that to heart, and so we couldn't just get up there and make noise. We were not trying to make noise. Just want everyone to know, we practice, I would say 2 to 4 times a month, depending on if we had money to get to where we needed to go. That was the first. The second thing is, if you didn't practice as a group, you practiced at home. When I got home every day from work or school, I turned on the cassette player. I didn't have any earphones. I was living in the projects at the time. I would turn the volume up. I would listen to the tapes of Principal and them. I would listen to other artists, and I would go at it. And so by Shabbat, when I saw them, we played through the service. We had the first half of the service. And I would hear the mess ups, the skips, the too fast, too slow. Somebody did something they wasn't supposed to do. Cohen Levy's looking at me. At least that's how I felt, and my ear was sharp. And by lunch break, it was go eat your lunch. You got 45 minutes to eat your lunch, and we got a 2-hour practice, especially in the summertime when the summers were long, because I didn't have money at the time to be going back to the Bronx and coming back to Queens, and I couldn't do all that. So the thing was, we got 2 hours on Shabbat, man, 20, 30 minutes rolling. Oh, you messed up rolling? We going back to rolling again. Oh, you messed up as a crew? We going back 25 minutes. They got tired of that. I mean, it could be almost an hour. They were just rolling. We wasn't into no playing, rehearsing. It was about self-control.
Execution.
execute the way, and it wasn't where we had 3-4 guys going off. We didn't even have 3 guys playing lead congas. Aquemio played bongos. Who at the time played 1 drum. I was the only one with 2 drums. Issachar was on lead bass, Maftir was on second, Shemaiah was on third, Cohen Shape was on timbales. So there was no, all of the drums sound the same, we all playing the same. It wasn't like that. Everybody had to play their role. Quetmio could not come off of those bongos. That was his job.
Right.
And if he played anything other than holding a bongo sound, and there's a sound that the bongo has, a Quetmio, he perfected that over time. Chief Meku, all of them. So it was, we worked hard. Yes, I worked them hard.
But that's okay because they turned out to be pretty good. They turned out to be pretty legendary, and they, you know, and they in their own rights, you know.
Right.
They turned out to be pretty the work that you and Cohen Shape put in definitely paid off, and I guess inspired by Israel. I never got a chance to meet him, you know. I never met him, so I always hear about him. I hear about, you know, everyone loved him just like you said, and that no one knew Sheikh could play the timbales, and he just picked up the sticks, and I guess at home he was soaking in everything, you know. I guess he was soaking in
really
everything.
picked up the timbales after Ash passed.
After Ash, yeah. After he passed, yeah, that's what I heard.
He always played timbales.
Right.
Ash really, he played the bass or he played timbales. He never played lead. So he left that to me and Cohen Shape. But Cohen Shape and I learned all of the drums. And we made sure we pushed each other to master all of the drums. And when Ashriel made transition, Cohen pretty much stepped into his shoes and actually stepped up to the plate and almost, I'll say almost, became Micaiah, because Micaiah is the original Micaiah. There's nobody better than him. But Cohen Shape picked up that mantle and he ran with it. And when I tell you, and when I hear Cohen Shape play, when I say play, and I'm on congas, he sends chills through my spine. When we really playing, not the showmanship, I'm talking about when we playing heart and soul, that Shape really touches my soul. And that's when you listen to me, Kaya play back in the 70s with Prince Apor.
Them rows was clean and them rim shots.
but him and Prince Apor play so well together.
Off each other, right?
Off of each other. Right. And it wasn't like, okay, I'm gonna tell you something, I want you to repeat it back. I'm telling my story, now tell your story. And that's the way it was, man. And that's what Cohen Shape and I created with each other, but all of the other brothers, Issachar, Natia, Shemaiah, Quetmiel, Meku, they helped to bring all of that sound. It wasn't a Shaitan Zadok show. Don't ever think that. It was never a Shaitan Zadok show. We did that as a team, as a body of young.
I know that this is a question. Where do you see drumming today? As far as from where you came from to what you see today, because there's a lot of drumming crews, you know, all alongside, I would say the eastern the eastern coast of Israelites. Where do you see it today? What do you think that where maybe some things lacking? What do you see improvement? What do you think that that these young guys could learn from, and what is it that they need? Being that you guys, like you said, you burnt time listening to tapes, actually seeing the originals. What is it that might be missing in today's drumming that that they might need some help in? Because I do sometimes hear some drumming, and I know, like I came around the time when you guys were popping, right? So when I remember like walking into Ben Yadat during like a Unity Shabbat or something in the early 90s, and that stuck with me. It was like you said, the sound, right? That sound, and I'm like, wow, these young guys are like, they're my age, and these guys are really, they could really do that. So now, me coming from Panama and knowing, like during carnival times and during like festive times, the congas will come out, the timbales, and I could recognize the sound. Right? I could recognize some of the sounds. So I recognize what you guys were doing and that it was very skillful. But today, sometimes when some people play, not everyone, but when some people play, you really can't recognize that sound. What do you have to say, being one of the people who made the bridge and brought it to the new Hashaba Yisrael drummers? What's your, I know that's a long question, but
That's a loaded question. Wow. I want to say this, just having watched, I've been watching for a very long time. The skill set is there with these young men. And I'll say it in this way and hope and pray that the message is clear. It's in their DNA because they're sons of the men that were trained in this way. And I mean, in this way of drumming.
right,
All of those men got to hear all of those tapes that I'm talking about from the 70s. They know the foundation. They heard the foundation. They also saw and heard the vision and the place that I was trying to take them to, not just only keep the sound. We had to keep the sound because the Hashava sound is an original sound. But we also had to create something new. For instance, Dom Amram and them came out with a CD, and they're playing old hits to a new sound.
right,
So they played it on guitar, on keyboard, trumpet.
right. I heard it. Rhythms of Yah.
Rhythms of Yah. And when you hear them sing Hallelujah, it's like, wow, how did they incorporate that? But that's a sound that was from 45, 50 years ago that they brought up to date. And so I think that one of the things the young men have to do is to understand the sound. So I call on anyone that has tapes of that time and that era to let the young men hear the sound, feel the sound, because it's very, very important to the house of Israel, especially in this world today. We're creating a new sound, a new vibration, just like the Psalms say, sing a new song to Yah. The songs have been so tainted with so much that's out there that the sound of Hashava should be notably different than any other sound. When you hear Cuban music, you got to be like, okay, those are the Cubans. But when you hear Hashava sound, compared to that, you can hear some of what Cuba presents, but these guys got something else that's different. It's a holy sound. I call it a holy sound because it originated giving praises to Yah. Even though we did shows with that sound, it was to bring others to Yehovah.
Absolutely.
And so that's what I think about is, it's turned into American Idol drum show, and that's what it wasn't that way for us.
Right.
When we were coming up, we wanted to make the sound that those men made and make it better. I'm gonna give you something that I'll never forget. So in 1990, we competed at the African Street Festival at Boys and Girls High School.
Right.
We won. Someone recorded it. And I remember hearing Adon Amram and Tovia talking in the background. This is what made me proud. They said, they got the sound. That was so important to us because we were so when we saw them, we was like, come, play with us, sit down, play. When Prince of Poor showed up, we would pull out drum, whatever drum he wanted, That's what we gave him. And if he said, I'm going to chill today, y'all go ahead and play, we were trying to please him because he was the one of the creators of the sound. And so I think that's very important that the young men need to understand it's a sound. It's a sound that people all over this world. I remember going to Prospect Park and Rockland State Park, and the drums would come out. We didn't go and just play basketball and cards, and we pulled the drums out. And when those drums came out, I remember Chinese, Indian, white, whatever nationality they were out there singing the songs, they were praising, because it was a unique sound that drew them in. And so I think that they need to know the foundation. They should know the foundation, and to never let that sound. It's a sound that Prince Sapor created with some other brothers that will never ever go away. But if you don't pull it into you, you don't draw into it, then the sound will be lost forever. So I would say they need to know the roots and the foundation of the music. They should hear it and compare it versus, African style drumming, Cuban style, Puerto Rican, Haitian. Hear the sound that we created in the lands of our captivity versus all of the other, because Indians played drums too. Our sound is different than theirs. Chinese played drums. Our sound is different than theirs. Our sound is the sound of struggle, but also of salvation.
Hallelujah. Look, I think one of my biggest issues today is, like, when I first saw y'all, you guys were like, I don't know if you guys were like a singing band. Like, you played, but you sang. Like, when you did a show, you had to sing when you played. Because you often, when you're doing a show, you're the only ones that know the song. So if you're doing a show and there's only, unless you had to sing, because the singing added to what you were doing and it made the show, not only the drumming. And I think that one of the biggest issues today is you see a lot of banging of the drums, but you don't see a lot of the singing part of it being applied to it, which is a major and an important part of what I believe an Israelite drummer is and what makes an Israelite drummer. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, that's the spirituality that's incorporated in the drums. That's the root of Hashaba drumming. There was always singing. Every beat had some type of tone that came with it. And so I remember, out of all of the drummers that we had, I remember calling Chief Mekubaja, Irania, and Otanu the Whispers, because when they sang, they just, and that was the three of them together. It would sound just like that. And it was like, no, louder. And they'd be like, and they was trying, but they knew that when we sang, everybody sang. Now, we were smart enough to say, okay, we will put the mic in strategic places where all of the voices would be heard. You understand?
Right.
And so that was a major part of our group. Let me tell you something. A lot of people don't know this. We had an organization. Saul Aharon was the manager. His sister, Gavetta
That's
Talia,
something new.
Gavetta Talia was the agent. She would book all of our shows.
Right.
We had drivers, Gavetta Shoshana, Maisha. She would take us around, and Gavetta Miriam, they would take us to different shows we had to do. Gavetta Ora was our vocal coach. She would pull you, she would hear a sound, and then she would pull certain people in the hallway and say, sing this by yourself. Right. And then if it wasn't right, she would say, no, you need to come up or you need to come down. That's how we train. Adon Yatniel Ben Yehuda, he taught us showmanship, how to raise our hands and get the crowd all caught up in. I mean, there was so much that it wasn't just we went to the house or we went to the studio and practiced. We lived, ate, breathed, slept, bled drums, music, singing, and it was perfected better than we did it last time. And if we didn't like it, we paid for studio time. If we didn't like it, we go back in the studio. We go through the whole thing, this, that, and the third, and we would get it right. And don't sing it like that when we get on stage. And if you sung it like that, there was going to be some issues afterwards. But that was, we were hard on ourselves. It got us, it was so much, we were so hard on ourselves that we earned the seat on the Apollo Theater.
Tell me a little bit about that. Did you win?
Yes, sir. We won. First thing we did was we competed for the African Street Festival. We won the crown for that. And at the African Street Festival, what I loved about them was the next year you returned, you didn't compete. You just performed.
You made it. You were an artist.
That's right. You performed, and then you gave the crown, which was a kente cloth, to the new champions.
Right.
But that seat, you know, there's so many Afro groups out there. We got shows booked, and then the Apollo Theater, we had to apply for that. So we applied for it, and then they said, okay, well, you got to audition. So we automatically got that as a prize, as a winner at the African Street
Festival. Okay.
Right. So all we had to do was audition. Right. When they heard us audition, before we even stood up out the seat, they said, absolutely, we want y'all on the Apollo.
Wow.
We get to the Apollo.
Was this amateur night? Amateur night
yes,
at the
sir.
Apollo?
Amateur night at the Apollo. The first time we went, Cohen Shake Me Out did not come. He was in college at the time, so he had to stay at school. So it was just Issachar, Natia, Shemaiah, Mekubaja, Erania, Otanu, and Meku, and myself. And Queen Latifah came and asked us to do an Xmas show for her. And we said, no, we couldn't do that.
Right.
And then we got called on stage. Of course, because there were so many of us, they had to close the curtains. And I mean, Israelites showed out. I'll never forget that.
Is there a video with this? Is there a video with this?
Come on. You think that lasted over 30 years? I don't even know. Well, number one, you know, they did not allow cameras in there.
Okay.
They did record it, but I won't name this person. They took the recording to school, and it's no more.
It's no more.
I don't know.
Erased.
But I did hear that the Apollo Theater had a recording, but I don't know what the issues were with receiving it, whatnot. But we got on stage, and when I tell you, Ooze, Chief, I remember it like it was yesterday. I mean,
so what was the show? What songs did y'all do?
We did the Jam,
right?
And I think Hallelujah, like back to back, because you only had so many minutes. You didn't have no whole set where you did a show. It was only like 5 to 10 minutes. So we had a set that we did, which included, I think, Hallelujah, the Jam, and something else. And we did that, and we won that. I mean, standing ovation, won it. The next competition, we went up, they had us go up against 3 young rappers. They were little boys, and they played. So when the cheer was still screaming for us, they went to the little boys. And so they gave it to the little boys.
Oh, okay.
So we got discouraged. We were upset about it, and we didn't go back because we saw their unrighteousness in it.
Right.
But we continued to do shows. So we did shows all over Brooklyn. We did a show out in Queens. By that time, probably about a year later, I left New York and went to Georgia. But they continued to do shows. They still performed at the African Street Festival out in the field, not under the canopy, under the
Right.
building, but out in the field. And so we were pretty well known, but it took hard work, took energy to get out there.
So in moving to Georgia, and you took that drumming legacy down. To explain a little bit of that to me also, because you get a lot of credit with the Georgia crew and the drumming in Georgia. Can you explain
And when
that
I
to
went
me?
down there, they were probably, I think Maury Itamar might have been 12, 13. He could tell you better than I. But they were all young, very young. They were, I would say, Chief Mekobaja's age at the time, between 10 and 13 maybe.
Right.
And I did the same thing, just rudiments practice, cry, and your hands bleed, roll some more, get it right, do it. And we rehearsed. And we became famous in Georgia also. We played for the Yahweh Ben Yahweh crew. We played at different schools. And of course, life took its course and everybody got older and went their separate ways. But they were all sharp drummers. And it was because, we did a show, the Hashaba drummers did a show in City College, and that tape was floating around all Israel. So we was famous, it's like, you the City College guys, you the City guys, so it was, we felt really, really proud, but we worked hard. We worked really hard. So yeah, those guys were sharp too. It was Maury Itamar, some young brothers, Bako Shekia, BINAH Tali, CHOKMAH Ben Lewi, Ciel, Eliyahu 2 times. All those guys, they were sharp. They were clean. They came up and they were powerhouses.
Right. So what I'm basically getting from you is practice, and then more practice.
Absolutely. And I'd like to share this. It doesn't matter how much you practice. What I say about competition is there's a time and place for everything. I love what LaVav is doing, and I want to remind the youth especially, all praises due. That's what it's called. It's called all praises due. And one of the things that I remember about the Proverbs, I believe it's Proverbs 18:12, that speaks about before honor goes humility. And I think that's very, very important. Is, we think sometimes we come out the womb and we're master drummers, but you got to be a student before you can be a master. And I think that looking at our history and looking at the things that we just been through in these past 40 years, tell your story. Tell your story as a musician. So I want to say this. Israel's story is not Shealtiel's story. So when Shealtiel's playing the congas, Shealtiel's telling Shealtiel's story. Shealtiel's story is not greater than Israel's story. You know what's there? The skill set. Whether you can hold control, the way you can master drums, control your breathing. Control yourself. When you can control yourself, you can control your hands and all of the movements and the sounds that's coming out. So a lot of times, a lot of guys get on the drums and they just want to bang in there. I'm gonna pop, 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 I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna give it to you real fast. But is that tell your story? And nobody can ever duplicate your story. So that's what drumming is for me. Drumming is, when I get on the drums, I'm going to tell my story. Prince of Poor gets on the drum. Nobody ever said, yo, Prince of Poor was whack. Yo, we was like, we love Prince's story. His story was phenomenal. Now, when a CHOKMAH play, his story is going to be different than Prince's. When Chief Meku play, the story's going call shape. Anybody that plays, you tell your story. Don't try to outtell another man's story. Tell yours.
That's very interesting. Very, very interesting analogy. Because I've heard also like some young guys talk about, oh man, we playing them same old beats, and I had to sit back and say, like, when Bobby Brown go do a concert, do people want to hear My Prerogative, Roni? That's what they want to hear. They don't want to hear that new song he just did in 2021. They want to hear Roni. They want to hear My Prerogative. They want to hear Mr. Telephone Man. That's what they want to hear. People want to hear those songs that made you who you are. So and there was also another argument or talk, not an argument, a talk about legends and who's legends and do the legends want to come out on the stoop. And my argument with them, with that whole talk was, you shouldn't disrespect legends. If you recognize them as legends, then let them be legends, and let them choose whether or not they want to get into a field that they want to get into. But don't forget, my answer was, don't forget that when you guys were little guys, looking up to them, these guys was already doing shows and making Israel and putting Israel out on the map, following in the tradition of the original Hashaba drummers. So, I came out in defense of the legends, which I consider y'all to be legends also, because y'all took Israel, y'all held the banner, and y'all carried it after Prince Paul and the Mikayas and all the brothers back then. So, to me, I would never let anyone disrespect y'all. And one of the points that I made was, I never heard any one of y'all say, oh, I'll take Prince Paul out. Every time I've heard any one of y'all speak about Prince Paul, is always with the utmost respect. He's the best drummer I've ever heard. Even if in skill set it might be, you might have passed him, right? But it was never like, oh, I'm better than him. It was always, he's the best. He was the best. So it was always that humble spirit. And this is what I kind of want to show them, like, no matter what you feel or what you think, you got to have that humble spirit of, when you see these guys, you have to give them the honor and the respect that they deserve, because they're the ones who made it possible for us to have all these drummers today, and the beats that and knowing how to transition and knowing how to do all of the things that you do. So I just want to give you all due respect for bringing the level up. I want to give you respect for carrying the banner yourself, and my brother Ashriel who held it, and Cohen Shate who y'all continue to do it, that y'all held the banner and made it possible for us to have this great sound today. You know what I'm saying? And with the help of all, like you said, it was a group and a crew of y'all, your cousins Zakar, Natia, Shemaiah, Akwedmiel, Meku, and Arania and Otanu, who were the little guys at that time. I'm giving y'all roses right now and saying that it's legendary what y'all did. Y'all are definitely the ones who exposed it to everyone right now that's playing right now, right? Y'all are the ones. So any young guy that's 30 years old and up, it's because of y'all, because they don't know 50 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Only y'all know 50 years ago, and you guys were little guys back then. I want to thank y'all for carrying the banner and allowing these young guys to see and understand what real drumming is, and understand how you really supposed to be doing this thing.
And if I can speak for all of us, we definitely appreciate that, and we were never looking for that. We just we loved and appreciated what they brought to the arena of music. And if I could share a thought with everyone, especially the youth and the elders. And so there's a word called Aven, Aleph, Veit, Nun. And that word means stone. And a stone, as we know, is one of the strongest things on the planet Earth. It takes very heavy machinery to break that up, but it still will break up into little small stones. If you take the first part of that word, Aleph and Beit, it means Av. It's the word Av, which means father. But if you take the second part of that, which is the Beit and the Nun, it means Bain, or the word is Bain, and it means son. So the father and the son work together to create what? A stone.
A stone.
And the stone is not easily broken. And so as much as the fathers need the sons need the fathers. And for me, I would love it to hear that these young men would take the sound of Prince Apor and Adon Shemuel and all of those guys and create a new song, create a new sound, but never ever forget your foundation. In the world of basketball, and I'm not a basketball player, I don't even think that I could even sit down and talk about basketball. But I know Michael Jordan is one of the greats. But I don't, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that Michael Jordan earned the right to say Wilt Chamberlain or Dr. J were nobodies.
Right.
These guys were making less money. They didn't have the sneakers. They didn't have the equipment. They just didn't. But they had the skill set and they had the love for the game of ball. That's what we had coming up when we were young. We had the love for the music that was created. And all we wanted to do, and I'll say this anywhere I go, all we wanted to do is to make the people feel good, to want to honor and praise the creator of heaven and earth. That's all we wanted. We didn't care if you were Yoruba. We didn't care if you were whatever you called yourself. Our aim and our mission was to acknowledge the creator of heaven and earth. And we prayed that the sound that we brought made you feel good, that you said, Torah Yehovah. I'm gonna say whatever they saying, I want to say, and whatever they singing, I want to sing, and because it makes me feel good. That's the sound that the children of Israel created. I don't care whether you go to Israel, you go to Ghana, you go to Zimbabwe, Tanzania, South Africa, South America, Brooklyn. We were meant to make the whole planet give honor to Yah. And so that was the sound that we were creating. If you come with I'm the best, or you want to compete, or you want to throw down somebody, then you really, truly don't understand. Remember the concept of Aven. Aven is a stone. And we need to remain vigilant, diligent, and wanting to make sure that our fathers, the men before us, get honored, because they created a thing that we were nowhere around. We weren't in the 70s like that. I couldn't create that. I was 2 years old. But those men created that sound, and all I wanted to do was carry it. If you notice, our car, even through his sound, he sounded like Levi Ben Levi. Because when we were young, that's who he wanted. That's what he could sing from when he was a child. So we were beating on paint cans and mayonnaise jars and whatever we could get our hands on. But he was singing, and he wanted to sound like Levi. And so we all played our role to bring that righteous, I call it righteous sound. It's the sound that Yah gave them of that day and time, and should be carried forever. Even though we evolve and we grow into something new, that sound will never, the drums will always be the foundation of music, especially with your people from the continent. And so,
you know what's funny? The now that we do these videos on the Mishpaka Drummer channel, I get a lot of people from around the world that ask, like, they inbox me because I control the channel. What's the name of that? What's the name of? Because the rhythm is different. I mean, because I know you study actual congas and different, so it's basically 2-3 clave, a 3-2 clave. You got a 6-8 clave. We could fit into any one of those patterns, but in Afro-Cuban music, you got guaguancó, you got danzón, you got rumba, you got all these different ways of playing, and we didn't study that way. We just go play dum 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 dum. We just say it like that, right? And like you said, certain beats were given names, and that was it. But when they hear the incorporation of everything, and they're like, how are they playing a guaguancó in this other pattern, and they making it sound so flawless? And I think that's the Israel sound. Like, we could grab anything.
That's
put
right.
it.
That's what the Creator gave us. The beauty of it all, the Creator gave us.
Right.
They created another sound. My uncle Ronald Prescott, I call him a congolist, if you could say that. He's been playing congas since I was born, so I've been around 50 years.
Okay.
And so he just jumped into djembe.
Right.
His favorite beat from the Hashaba crew is Hallelujah.
That's my brother's favorite beat also.
He loves that. When people hear that, they think of Parliament and Funkadelic. They think of FUNK, funk music. You know what I mean? It really touches your soul. The music that's played touches your soul. And then you get a song behind it. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I mean, it's a sound that's just incredible. And so it's the praises that's given to Yah. And so again, if people around the world are touching you and hitting you, they're being touched by it, But one of the things that goes along with creating a sound is the spirit that you carry. If you carry a Holy Spirit, Hallelujah will not sound like Hallelujah. It will sound like a bunch of mess. And so that's what I think our children need to understand is connect with a brother named Shemuel, an elder named Shemuel, an elder named Amram, an elder named Tobiah. Connect with your modern day legends, Mekubaja, Akwetniel, Shekmiah, Akum Leah. Akum Leah didn't even play with us when we came along, but he was an understudy. So all these, listen to what they have to say. They've been around for a while. And tell your story. Stop trying to compete with somebody else about their story. Just tell your story. And if you can walk with the spirit of Aven, stone, not a stony heart, but having an understanding, the men who started this, I'm going to pay honor and homage to them. Keep the music, but I'm going to bring this. We shouldn't turn Cuban.
Okay.
We shouldn't turn Brazilian in our music. We shouldn't hear just. We shouldn't hear that. There should be a flow, and you should hear Israel in it. You should feel Israel in it. You should feel Yah in your music. If you don't feel Yah in your music, and you just, trying to get it out, and people jump. If the elders, this is the thing that I always think about as a priest, someone who sings and someone who plays music. If the elders can't get involved, you need to listen. If people are sitting down and not really paying your music no mind, you need to be aware. All of that stuff matters. Every generation, when those Hashaba drummers played, they played in colleges. You hear what I'm telling you? They
Right.
played in colleges. They went on the scene in different parts of the city, in different parts of the world, in Guyana. The drummers that I played with went and played in Israel. You know, we're known throughout the world. And so you don't want to go and start playing. And they be like, that's from the Hashaba sound? That's not the Hashaba sound. When I go to Israel, they say the Hashaba sound is incredible. And so just be mindful of that. Be mindful to put some work in. Practice, practice, practice. Respect your drum. I think it's another important thing. Respect the drum. Respect your tuning lugs. Don't just go through tighten. No, respect the drum. You got a lopsided skin, it's going this way, you're not respecting the drum.
Right.
Respect your drum to the fact that one drum equals 2 to 3 drums, depending on how you play. It's just who you become. Everybody's not a drummer. You might actually be a guitarist. You might actually be a pianist. You know what I mean? You might actually be a singer. So everybody in the nation don't have to be a drummer. I understand drumming has been fantasticized, if I could say that word. You know, it's, you know, everybody, ooh, the drums, but let me tell you something. I've busted up hands. I've lost a lot of blood. You know, my hands cramp up now. It's different. You know, congas weren't made to be played like that. Maybe the Afro-centric drums, but the congas, they're tough on your hands, especially in these days. And so really love what you do. And again, I can't stress it enough that people who play the drums tell your story.
Hallelujah. So on that note, Cohen, I'm going to leave it. Thank you for the history. Thank
Absolutely.
you for being here with me today and for giving me some of your time and passing down this history. And I'm going to try to reach out to those other men that you told me about and try to get this history down.
Please
And,
do. Please speak to Prince Support. Please speak to Maury, Don Shimon Ben Yehuda, Amram, Tovia. They were there. They could tell you. I was 4, 5, 6, 7 at the time.
Right.
They were there. They know the struggles they went through and what they had to do to create that sound. All we did when it came to my generation and the crew that I was with, we just embellished on what they created and just ran with it. We relit the candle that so many people remember, and Zehu. And so honors and praises to them. I want to give them their flowers while they're alive, and pray that the Most High bless them for their input, especially Prince of Poor and all of those original men who set the foundation. And I pray that the young men in every generation that can see this video, I pray that I've been impactful to you to understand that those men created the sound that we have. Don't lose the sound that was created. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. I'm gonna create a drumming hall of fame, and I need you, Cohen Shade. I need a few of y'all on the panel to be on the panel, so we could induct, so we could give these men their proper due, and we could really parse this thing out. Because I think there should be like a drumming, how do you call it, corporation, like put this thing in order. Because sometimes some of these young people, I got, I talk loud, so I let them know y'all not gonna disrespect, y'all not gonna be disrespecting, not on my watch. You know what I'm saying? And they putting people on pedestals that, I might not be a drummer, like, I'm not a drummer, but I think I have more drumming videos and audio maybe than probably anyone, because I got old stuff that was given to me, and I got all the stuff from the 90s on, like mid 90s on. I have a lot of drumming.
You got that thing we did at Shema when we had a little reunion. I need that. You need to.
Oh, you don't have it? I thought you had it.
I don't know. It's so much.
Yeah. You was on the timbales. I remember it was you on the timbales. Natia and I think Zakar were there. Prince
was
Paul was
there.
playing. Quedmio was Prince
Yeah.
Paul was like on the bongos or on the runners or something. He was on. He had him on a stand. That's what I
Yeah.
remember.
Yeah.
And
We
yeah,
got
I'm gonna
look. We
find that
got
for
a
you.
lot. It's a lot of stuff. You know, so many people don't even know the very first Unity Shabbat was 1988.
Okay.
We introduced the drums to the Israelite community outside of BINAH Zakin and Ashaba at
Right.
BINAH. That was
Right.
me, Cohen Sheikh and Prince Paul.
Okay.
The next time we did something, I believe we might have even done it before that, is we helped in the ordination of Beit Elohim in Queens. We played
Okay.
at their opening ceremony. So, I mean, there's so much history in the drums, you know what I'm saying, in the Israelite community that it started maybe in Hashaba and maybe in BINAH Zakin, but it stretched so far. You know, this thing has branched into something that is really very, very powerful. And so I'm very thankful that you have taken the time to record it. And I think those men who played a vital role in it should be heard as well. And may the Most High bless you for what you're doing, brother. You are the modern day chronicler of the house of Israel. And so the love that you show for what's been done and being done and will be done in the house of Israel, the Most High continue to honor and bless you and keep you for all the work that you're doing. And I'm praying that one of your sons or somebody you're training will be able to do this in the future.
Hallelujah. Torah Abba Cohen. And I thank you once again for the work you put in and your piece of the history that you've been involved in. So thank you once again. Thank you the Most High God for this opportunity, my brother. And I pray that the Most High God be with you and your family. Shalom.
Likewise.
Shalom.
Torah. Shalom. Shalom.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Go ahead.
Let's get knowledge, wisdom, understanding. We'll do our standing. All praises to the Most High, His laws and commandments. The hot CHOKMAH BINAH here to push it through your speakers. Judgment, truth, and love should be coming from the leaders. Yeah, knowledge, wisdom, understanding. We'll do our standing. All praises to the Most High, His laws and commandments. The hot CHOKMAH BINAH here to push it through your speakers.